As we head into the home stretch of this week-long event, thousands of people around the world have shared this experience along with us. And today is going to be absolutely exceptional as we welcome John McAfee and Don Tapscott to the main stage, both blockchain legends, along with a number of incredible blockchain speakers and luminaries. You are in for a treat today. This is day number 5. Phew, what a marathon of Virtual Blockchain Week. And away we go. It is Friday, I think, because I had to look at my calendar and found out it's Friday. And this is day number 5 of Virtual Blockchain Week. My name is Joel Com.
I'm Travis Wright.
Yes, you are.
We're still live.
I can confirm this, that you are indeed Travis Wright. And wow, what a week it's been, huh?
It has been a week for sure. Lots of amazing pieces of content and lots of gray hairs.
Yeah. Are you talking about Sultan's beard behind you, that gray hair?
No, it's like I was looking in the mirror earlier and I was like, I got lots of new gray hairs all over the place now.
Yeah, it's a lot, but I'll tell you what, we're going out with a bang. Tonight is going to be absolutely off the hook. We're starting 15 minutes early, as you probably saw from the email notification you got, because there's so much content to pack in here. We definitely don't want to rush along any of our keynote speakers, but we do want to recognize those who make this all possible. Of course, this is brought to you by our title sponsor, Cryptomatic ATM, and later this evening we're going to be giving away the second of the 2 crypto ATMs that they're providing for us.
Yeah, it's excellent. So let's jump right on in here. Also, I want to give a big shout out to Silo. Silo is a decentralized communication network with the performance and scalability to support millions of users and businesses. The Silo network is an extensible infrastructure owned by no one, nobody. And it's built to offer the world what centralized businesses are unwilling or unable to provide, which that sounds really amazing. So you can go check that out. Go to our sponsors tab on virtualblockchainweek.com, click on the sponsors, and you can go down there and see all of the amazing offers that the peoples are offering.
Yeah, you don't owe me or my data. Thank you, Silo. Here's the page, virtualblockchainweek.com is the site. And if you'll just click the blue sponsors button here at the top, you will see, and many of the sponsors that we have here have special offers. So don't just go directly to their site. Come here to the sponsors page and click on the buttons here, and you'll find some of them are doing giveaways and bonuses and trial offers and coupons and discounts and all kinds of wonderful things. So all of the sponsors that we're going to go through when we talk about them tonight, make sure you go to the sponsors page to visit them. Now, Travis, we have, we're giving away the Cryptomatic ATM later tonight, but we also said that we're going to be giving away some other prizes this week. So I think, why don't we go ahead and take the next few minutes to give away some of those prizes as we talk about some of our sponsors. And and why don't you pull up whatever random number generator
I have it.
You've got, and I actually want to invite our producer, Aaron Sell, who's been working diligently behind the scenes today to come assist us with the giveaways here over the next 10, 12 minutes or so. So Aaron, come on here and join us, assuming you're lurking there. And there you are.
Hey guys.
Much kudos to you for pulling together all the things behind the scenes.
Been a lot of work, that's for sure.
Okay, so you have the list
Yep.
of everybody who's entered, and they have to be registered at virtualblockchainweek.com to be entered to win a prize. And the VIPs have 5 entries. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So Travis, the first thing I want to give away is from our friend Oliver Harding. I want to pull up the website of cryptokaiju.com. What can you tell folks about what these guys are doing?
Yeah, they're pretty cool, aren't they? Yeah, so it's actually real world items that are also on the blockchain as well. So these have NFTs and they have NFCs, and I don't know what other acronyms they have, but they're super cute. That's the one that you have right there. He sent you the really cute blue one. I have the pink and gray one, Coots Magoot or something. I don't remember what his name is. One of them is Coots Magoot. I think that's yours.
We're going to give away this one right now. This is it's a $62 value. It's 7.5 inches tall. It is a really nicely made crypto kaiju. So Travis, why don't you go ahead and I'll let you screen share the random number generator on your side.
All right.
Watch the magic. And Aaron has an Excel spreadsheet. And of course, there's a number next to each person.
So there's 2,994 entries. And
wait, no, there's more than that now. Aaron, what's the total in the spreadsheet?
That's right.
That's exactly it. I looked at the spreadsheet that was clicked on in the Telegraph.
2994.
Okay, there you go.
I am exactly correct.
Generate the number. Here we go.
And the number is 2586.
All right, Aaron, tell us who that is.
586. Oh, I'm not sure how to say this. It is Utpal Nahar.
Okay, make a note next to that they've won, and we'll email you and reach out to you, Utpa. I want to give a shout out too to a really cool service we discovered yesterday, Digital Names. They have created the technology to convert these 30 to 50 character long complex wallet keys into human readable, easy to remember format. And if you go to vbw.digitalnames.io, you can get 25% off your digital name. It does for e-wallets, the sending or receiving of crypto, like GoDaddy does for domain names. It's GoDaddy for public keys, basically. I got mine. It's $Joel.com. And Travis has his. It's $TW. And if you go to their digital address book, digitaladdressbook.com, and put in $Joel.com or $TW, you could send us some Satoshis. That's it. You don't need the complex wallet. It's pretty dang awesome. So send us some Satoshis, eh?
So all you have to do is go to digital address wallet and then type that in. So that's where that magical address goes, huh? And then they connect that. So you go in, connect your Bitcoin address, your Ethereum address, or whichever crypto's address is, and then they'll type in your name and send it to you directly through that. That makes it pretty handy.
Really handy. And if you go to the website, to our sponsors page, you can get 25% off your own digital name. So go check that
out. How handy is that? $, letter T, letter W. That's awesome.
So next up, Mr. Travis Wright, is we recently had Bobby Lee from Ballet Wallets, balletcrypto.com on the show. Yep. And he handed us, I think, 3 Ballet wallets. And we're going to give away one of those right now. This is it on the screen right here. And Travis, I'll let you go ahead and share yours for the random number generator so all the people can see the things. You disappeared.
So this is wallet? Yeah. Looks like we have 2 here.
Okay.
This here, I don't know if you can see it. All right, I got my little screen on. Here it is.
There you go. Ballet wallet.
Ballet, unopened, brand new, and it's one of the very first editions of this thing. So probably in the first 3,000 of them ever created. Pretty cool.
Nice.
And I will share my screen for the random number generator.
Here we go. Giving away the ballet wallet and
See my screen?
clicking on, I see KC. I see your desktop.
The wrong screen.
I don't see the browser. We believe in you. All right, there we go. Generate a new number. The winner is 2587. It's going for the high numbers. Who we got, Aaron?
587.
Wait,
Wait, what's happening?
I'm just pressing the button a bunch of times because
Okay.
I was like, wow, that was so random that it chose the number after the other number.
Was it really?
Yeah,
Okay.
so 2587 is the number winner.
It's the winner.
2587.
Yeah.
Yep.
There
That
it is. Rose's
Rose's
Queen.
Queen.
How weird is that? Hey, Travel, let's try just in case this RNG isn't the best RNG, dropping a link to you here.
No, I clicked it a few more times. It's changing, going to another random one. So
This one's prettier. Look at the pretty one here. So pretty. Okay, next up here as we move along. By the way, stay tuned because John McAfee is going to be here soon. It's going to be
right here.
who knows how weird it's going to be. If you're seeking legal counsel with respect to blockchain securities and regulatory matters, including the issuance of tokens and digitized assets, as well as development, licensing, commercial use, acquisition, and disposition of all manner of intellectual property, look no further than Zuber Lawler. Josh Lawler was on the conference earlier this week, gave a great talk. Go to the sponsors page again, and you will find him there. Do you see my sexy new random number generator there, Trav?
I got this one open. I'm ready to go.
All right, fire it up. Let's give away a Ledger Nano S.
Is this a letter? The Ledger.
Just pop it
Nano
open
S
and
that
draw
you
it,
have?
man.
Is this an S that you have, or because I have an X?
Oh, the X. Okay, it's an X then. X marks the spot.
Way nicer.
Yeah, it is nicer. It's the newer model.
Ledger Nano X.
You guys just got an upgrade. Somebody just got a better Ledger. That's the newer model that holds more cryptos than the other. So hit it, and the number is
2746.
It really likes those high numbers.
Well, some of them do. I mean, it's random.
Yeah, it's totally random. All right, 2746. What do we got? The winner is
Eric Jansen.
Eric Jansen. Congratulations. We will email you and get your address. Mr. Travis Wright, onward with Upland, please.
Give me a second. We gotta set things up here. All right, All right, Upland, buy, sell, and trade, or just hodl your virtual properties mapped to the real world. Once you are a property owner, you'll earn some UPIX, the in-game cryptocurrency. Complete a collection of properties with the same characteristics, and boom, you get some earnings. Want to earn even more? Go treasure hunting. Don't need a property anymore? Flip it on the marketplace for UPIX and soon for fiat currency. You're gonna be able to sell your virtual properties for, valueless fiat. It's great. Go to vbw20.com/Upland to get the double sign-up bonus. You're gonna get twice as much by going to that right there. So that's pretty handy.
Excellent. And now we're going to give away another crypto kaiju. This is a new one that they're just coming out with. It's called the Dojera bundle. Look at this little guy right here. There are only 40 of these. So they truly are limited. It's a 6-inch Doge figure and comes with a sandbox NFT, an enamel pin, and a print, and 5 stickers. So this is somebody's really going to enjoy this. I want one of these guys right here.
It looks like a Lego.
Yeah. Well, that is the NFT version. This is the actual guy right here. So I'll pull this down and you will hit the random numbers. And if we see another one, 2,700, I'm kicking your generator to the curb. 541. What do we got, Aaron?
Hold on. I have
Winner.
to scroll a bunch.
Who's Scroll a Bunch? Bobby Scroll a Bunch?
541 is Ben-Hur.
Ben-Hur.
Man.
All right. He's like a
Ben-Hur.
gladiator. That's great.
Hey, and he
Okay.
was in the VIP networking group. We met him.
Oh, cool.
And just yesterday, we had Verse on Virtual Blockchain Week. Verse is connecting the virtual universe through a social commerce platform that allows users to use VR, 3D, and blockchain technologies, basically recreating your life online and interact with other people, places, and brands. It's like blockchain second life. It's a virtual social universe backed by a store, marketplace, and groundbreaking immersive VR hardware, all powered by the blockchain. All of it's co-created by the citizens, live virtually, live virtually, and save in reality. Check it out on our sponsor page for Verse. Travis, let's give away another ballet wallet here before we officially fire things up. Where did he run off to?
I'm here. All right, we're generating a number, 1347.
I'm going to get one more in here, Aaron, while you're looking that up, and I want to talk about passive crypto. Passive crypto is an automated crypto portfolio solution for crypto beginners as well as experienced crypto users. Connect and exchange, choose your coins, choose your strategy, and presto, you're done. Their simple dashboard lets you review your stats, pause your account, or switch up your strategy. You control your funds at all times on your preferred exchange. Try passive crypto free with a 14-day trial. Again, go to our sponsors page. You'll find a discount code that's good for 33% off during the week of the conference. That means it's going to end tomorrow. So go to virtualblockchainweek.com. Check out the sponsors tab and find passive crypto to get 33% off. Travis, let's give away one more ballet wallet because.
Can I not announce the last one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's the last winner?
Well, I think you guys are just messing with me because you're picking all these really hard names. I have no idea how to say this one.
It looks like Jonas Vatanen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jonas. It looks Swedish or Norwegian or one of those Nordic names. So we'll reach out to you on that. And now we're going to draw one more ballet wallet.
Okay. Do you have a ballet wallet? I only have two ballet wallets.
Aaron, you've got another one, right?
Uh-huh.
Yep. We're good to go.
Good to go. Okay. And I do have a Jupiter Blade wallet that
we'll save that one for later because we are going to bring on our first guest here in just a moment. So bring up
random number generator, randomly generating 2987.
Wow. That's like somebody who registered just a few minutes ago. Probably.
Over VIP.
87 is Vince Caruso.
Vince Caruso, congratulations.
That's the VIP, yeah?
Yep.
You won
Congratulations. You had those 5 extras in there for being a VIP.
Very nice indeed. All right, one more thing I want to share with you guys is we're going to be airdropping non-fungible tokens to you if you have included your ERC 721 address, your Ethereum wallet in your registration. If you haven't done that yet, I'm going to give you one more walkthrough on how to do this. I've done it a couple times this week, but you might have missed it. So when you registered, you actually registered through eventbrite.com. Okay. And what you want to do is go to Eventbrite and then go up here to where it says tickets, click on tickets, and then go to the event. You'll see, oh, I got a ticket for this. I'm going to go in here. And once you're in here, you'll see up on the right side to edit it. Okay. So I'm going to click edit. My name, email is all there, but my Ethereum wallet is not. So copy and paste your Ethereum wallet address in and then click save. We're going to do the airdrops for the NFTs this coming week in bulk. And I want to show you what they look like. Mr. Travis Wright has been working on these and they are super cool. This one is going to be from Cointelegraph in Virtual Blockchain Week and Bad Crypto for everybody who's registered. Look at that. There's their little animated guy right there holding up the Bitcoin. And everybody's going to get that to their wallet. And then everybody's going to get this one. What's happening here, Travis?
So this is a sponsored one from Cryptomatic ATM to remind you all that they have some of these amazing crypto ATMs available. And yeah, this is our 10th NFT that we have created over time. The Cointelegraph one's number 11. And then the VIPs get the special edition one, number 12.
Ooh, look at that. That is VIPs only are going to get this. I think that we have something like 85 VIPs. And so those of you who have put in your Ethereum wallet as instructed, we will airdrop this to you. I want to talk about a limited supply of an NFT. This one, under 100 of them will ever be minted. And so we hope that you're a VIP so you can get one of those.
Maybe we make it a square 100 and put the other 15 up on OpenSea. So if anyone wants to get those, and we could do a little something with that.
That's a good idea. I like that, Mr. Travis, right? All righty. Well, Aaron, thank you for popping in and helping us with the giveaways. We'll do some more of those a little later on.
Great job, Vanna White.
Yay. And Travis, of course, we've talked about a lot of our sponsors, but none of this would be possible without Cryptomatic ATM. They're our title sponsor. And now you can start your own business earning passive income by placing your own crypto to cash and cash to crypto German-built ATM for public use. As cryptos are quickly becoming part of the world's everyday life, it's creating demand for convenient solutions to exchange between crypto and cash. And of course, we're going to be giving away one more of these. The website, though, to check it out is cryptomaticatm.com, or go to our sponsor page and check it out. Make sure you watch all the way through our closing keynote with Don Tapscott tonight for that giveaway. How fun is that?
That is good.
Absolutely.
I think we started a couple minutes earlier today.
Yeah, we did. And we're ready to fire things up. In fact, we've got our first guest here, one of the sponsors we just mentioned, Mr. Travis, right? His name is Ashton Godfrey. He is with Passive Crypto, and he's going to discuss how simple set and forget strategies can help simplify your crypto investing. Ashton's a co-founder of passivecrypto.io, an automated trading platform. They simplify crypto investing by providing a user-friendly way to set up an automatic crypto portfolio. We're going to find out about it right now as we welcome our first guest for this epic day 5 of virtual blockchain week, Mr. Ashton Godfrey. Welcome, sir.
Hi, how are you doing?
Doing well. It's good to see you. Go ahead and tell us more about your product, Passive Crypto.
Sure. Passive Crypto was started about 2 years ago, and with the idea that we wanted to help people who are new to crypto be able to enter the market and feel confident with buying different cryptocurrencies. So I know when I first entered the crypto space, I set up an exchange account and put some US dollars on there and really had no idea what to buy. I knew, I knew Bitcoin. And so I bought a little bit of Bitcoin, but other than that, really didn't have an idea of what to buy. So Passive Crypto is designed to, with an index, so different indexes that you can actually choose, and it'll diversify you into those. You know what I'm going to do? Actually, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm just going to share it with the site back here. When you actually go on to Passive Crypto, once you have an exchange account, it's incredibly easy. All you have to do is pick an exchange. We're adding new exchanges every week, but you pick an exchange and you connect through a trade and view API, and you're done. You can, from there, you're just choosing a coin or strategy. So I can show you right here. Here are the different indexes you could choose from right now. And we have a lot of others that we're testing, and that'll be coming on to passivecrypto.io in the next few weeks. But as of right now, these are the indexes we have. And the best part is you have a strategy with those indexes where you can choose to hodl, and I'm sure most people know what hodling is. But we have a periodic rebalancer. The dynamic and profit rebalancer are still being tested, but those will be ready very soon. But with the periodic rebalancer, I can sorry, let me go here back to the coins. Every time I can choose a time frame, right? That I want it to be rebalanced. And so every time my portfolio gets out of balance, let's say Bitcoin goes on a run, but altcoins stay stagnant. What'll happen is some of that Bitcoin will actually be sold into altcoins so that I can get them at better pricing and maybe be able to catch an altcoin run up. So the idea is just like indexing the stock market. The idea is we indexed the crypto market.
Sorry, I was muted there. Really hard to talk when you can't hear what I'm saying. So
Yeah, no
do
worries.
you guys then have access to my money? Because I'm like putting this in here.
Yeah. So here's the thing. When you connect the API, you're connecting it as a trade and as a view. So for those of you that don't know, an API key, it allows us to be able to talk to your exchange, but we cannot withdraw from your exchange. And so I cannot touch your money. I don't want to touch your money. I don't want to have any access to your crypto. But what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to diversify you into different crypto assets.
That's great. Seems really interesting. And so you have algorithms and stuff in place to identify when the best time is to trade?
Correct. Yeah. And so if let's say you have a small holding in one of these coins. Let's say you only have a few $100 on here, right? So you have a small holding in, let's say, Ripple. If it doesn't pass the minimum quantity needed in order to do a sell, it actually won't rebalance out of Ripple. It'll wait until it's above a certain criteria. And that's really important because if we were just always trading, it would hit you with trade fees and your account would always be going off. But when you're holding those small amounts, it actually waits to do that trade.
Interesting. Now, there's a special offer that you're giving to people who are watching this event, right?
Yeah. So let me find that really quick. It's right here.
Well, it's actually, I see it on our sponsors page. Let me take over the screen share from you here for a moment. And I'm going to go ahead and show you guys. If you go to virtualblockchainweek.com and click the sponsors button, scroll down to passive crypto, and you'll see there's a discount code here. And this is going to be good till tomorrow, 33% off. So go try it. It's a 14-day free trial. You got nothing to lose on a 14-day free trial.
Hey, Joel, really quick too, that discount code, that 33% off is for after the 14-day free trial, and it lasts 6 months.
Oh, wow. That's very generous. Ashton, thanks a lot, man. We appreciate you coming on today and sharing with us.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me.
You bet.
Awesome.
Rock on. Hey, Travis, we were just talking about Upland here, the game. We had Dirk Lewith on from Upland yesterday, and guys, go back, refer to the Thursday video on our watch page to see this, but they have been only in San Francisco, and now they're opening up New York. They've started by opening up parcels in the JFK airport. Yeah.
I noticed you're sitting over there waiting to pounce on one.
Well, they actually opened them, and I think they're sold out of the first batch. I slept through it, so I missed it. But nice. This is the whole virtual property trading game thing, and you earn cryptos when people go through your property. So if you own a airport terminal, guess what? To fly from one destination to another, they got to pay, and you earn UPX. It's super cool. You guys just go check it out, whether on iOS or Android. Go to our sponsors page and get Upland. When you click on the link on the sponsors page, you actually get bonus tokens that you don't get if you just go sign up for the game.
True.
Yeah.
I need my properties to make me some more UPX because I'm running low.
Yeah. Travis, how about
I have enough for JFK?
Okay. Not today. Go ahead and introduce our next speaker, please.
All right. Yes. So our next speaker is a blockchain media and content specialist that focuses on increasing crypto adoption. She is very passionate. She creates a lot of great content. She really is all about advancing the space by connecting everyday users to blockchain-powered applications. She was actually on on a Super Bowl commercial this past year. She is Leah Thompson. She is Girl Gone Crypto.
Yeah, she is. And she was really concerned about her bandwidth where she is. And so she just shot this presentation and this video for us. This is hot off the presses.
Hey guys, thanks so much for coming and hanging out with me on Friday night, the end of what has been an amazing week. I can't even believe all of the incredible speakers that have been part of this event, and I feel really honored to be part of it. And just want to say a really special thank you to the Bad Crypto guys, Joel Com, Travis Wright, for everything they did to pull this truly incredible virtual event together. And so shout out to you guys and to Cointelegraph for doing such a great job of covering the event as well. So as you can see, my name is Leah Thompson, and I run a channel called Girl Gone Crypto, where I not only interview CEOs and thought leaders in the blockchain industry, but I make a variety of different types of content for the space as well. And as I like to say, I make content that's for both nerds and normies alike. So my talk is titled, Let's Not Wait for the Users to Come to Us. Let's go to them. And what I'm going to be talking about today is really getting out of the crypto echo chamber and finding creative and unique ways to reach different and new audiences where they're at and with the type of message and content that they're actually ready to hear based on where they are in their journey. So I'll go ahead and share my screen and we can dive right in. All right, so let's face it, most of us think we look like this when we talk about cryptocurrency, but we really look like this. And I would argue that it's maybe the same with creating educational content as well. We think we're creating resources that really break things down and make it digestible, but often the person on the other end is left looking kind of like this. Now, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of great educational pieces of content out there. In fact, the Bad Crypto guys themselves have some really excellent intro and beginner information. Or, I mean, you could really just have someone watch pretty much anything that comes out of Andreas Antonopoulos' mouth for some really amazing education. But I still think there is a gap and a huge opportunity for our community to not just have these resources ready for when someone starts Googling about blockchain and Bitcoin, but to actually create content that meets them where they are at. Now, I don't just mean physically where they're at, but also crafting content in a way that meets them where they are in both their knowledge and curiosity levels. Well, if we're talking about reaching larger audiences, reaching new audiences, I mean, wouldn't it be great if we had some sort of crypto Super Bowl commercial? Yes. Yes, it would. And yes, that is my sister and I. We were in a Super Bowl 2020 ad. And although I think that Super Bowl ad from a crypto or blockchain company would be an incredible opportunity to get in front of a massive audience, there probably aren't too many crypto-based companies with that kind of marketing budget. So mass marketing strategies aside, how can we reach new audiences and who should those audiences be? Well, there are a lot of different demographics out there, all of which require slightly different messaging and content that will really connect directly with them. Everything from CEOs to supply chain managers to people in various types of government or economic conditions. So it's my hope that you come out of this talk with some fresh perspectives on how you can reach some of these different demographics. Now, for the sake of example, in this presentation, I'm going to focus on two demographics that I am personally a part of, but also that I think are really important to focus on for the future health and growth of the space. And that is women and young people. Now, by young people, I mean ages of 16 to 24. And although I can't quite claim to be under 25 anymore, these two demographics are ones that I am well acquainted with. Interestingly enough, CoinMarketCap recently put out some information on their traffic sources and trends for Q1 of 2020, and most notably, there were some pretty interesting spikes in usage amongst two particular demographics. Yes, you guessed it, women and young people, and they saw a really impressive amount of growth, with 43% increase of women on the site and a 46% growth in the ages of people 18 to 24, which honestly they're crediting to the coronavirus in many ways. You know, it's a mix of people having more time at home and the economic turmoil causing them to just be more interested in alternative asset classes like crypto. And I think this is a really positive sign for the industry as a whole. And Cointelegraph, who's the lead media partner for this conference, did a really great job covering this story, which is the snip that you see on the screen here. So my thesis for this entire conversation is twofold. One, to reach new audiences and to create content that they actually want to consume based on their current level of knowledge and curiosity. And two, meet them where they are already hanging out instead of asking them to come to us. So let's kick things off talking about the first demographic I mentioned, women. Now, this is not a new conversation. In fact, I can't even tell you how many times I've been asked, how do we get more women in the space? Which I'm sure any other women in the space can relate to, getting that question pretty often. So when we're talking about, one, making content that is approachable, and two, getting in front of them, then how do we even know where to start? Because of course, women consume all sorts of different type of media, YouTube videos, blog posts, news articles, podcasts, etc. But one area that I think offers a really untapped potential to bring crypto education to more women is Pinterest. Now, you might be thinking, isn't that just where people go for recipes and fitness tips and home decor inspiration? And yes, it is a magical wonderland for all of those reasons where I have wasted many hours of my life, but it is also so much more than that. What you may not know, though, is a large percentage of women actually search for information on Pinterest before they go to Google. And it's not just for recipes or home decor, but a recent study showed that they're searching to learn more on topics like budgeting and tech and how to start a business. Now, Pinterest has about 320 million monthly active users, and they state that they reach 60% of all women in the United States. Now, this social app actually functions quite a bit like Google in the sense that it is a search engine. And although crypto content on there is never going to outtrend, the latest keto recipes or something like that, it creates a really unique opportunity to create content that meets people where they are when they start getting curious about cryptocurrency. Now, I'm actually so excited about this as a way to help bring more women into the space and make crypto content feel more approachable that I'm launching a campaign where I'm going to be working with a Pinterest content agency, people that are real experts in the world of Pinterest, to create a series of crypto educational content that can become evergreen so that as more women start searching out cryptocurrencies on Pinterest, they'll be able to find that content series and start their journey of learning. Now, does this mean that men don't use Pinterest or that tons and tons of women don't consume crypto YouTube videos or podcasts? No, but what I'm saying is that there's a large demographic of women that use Pinterest as a way to consume information. And I think this presents a really cool opportunity for us to, again, make content in a way that they want to consume it, and two, get in front of them when they are ready to start consuming that information. Okay, so now let's talk about the next demographic I mentioned, which is young people. And they don't really need an introduction either as to why this demographic is important to focus on, because they are going to be the ones shaping the future and hopefully helping to push adoption forward. So I just talked about Pinterest as an opportunity to get in front of more of a female audience. And for this particular demographic, young people, I'm going to be talking about an app that will likely make many of you cringe. You guessed it, it's TikTok. Now, TikTok is one of the fastest growing apps in the world, and despite being fairly new, like within the last few years, it has 800 million active monthly users, with 41% of their users being between the ages of 16 and 24. Now, not just that, but people are very consistent with their use of the app. 90% of users access the app multiple times a day. So whether you think that it's Chinese spyware or just a stupid app with silly videos, let's go back to the thesis for this discussion. Make content that is relevant to the demographic and then place it where they are already hanging out. Now, these numbers tell me one thing, and it's that age demographic is spending a lot of their time and attention on TikTok. And guess what? They aren't just a stupid app for silly dance videos or lip syncs, but it's often how they end up consuming their news and current events as well. But does crypto-related content even get much traction there? To be honest, not really. So you might be wondering why I'm even bringing it up. Well, remember in the beginning when I said, hey, let's meet people where they are in their journey of learning? Well, let's take a step back and ask ourselves, what conversation needs to happen before explaining the benefits of Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, and blockchain technology? Explaining why we even need it. Now think about where 16 to 24-year-olds are in their life right now. They're either in high school or college, or maybe just graduated, but they're either still in or just freshly out of our educational system, which, let's face it, isn't exactly known for encouraging people to ask critical questions or challenge social norms. So maybe they haven't even gone through the process of asking more of these critical questions, or really learning about our monetary system, or challenging the beliefs that they grew up with. Now, before being interested in the solution, you have to first understand that there is a problem. So instead of jumping right into talking about Bitcoin and blockchain, I actually think there is a tremendous amount of value in helping them along in their journey to understand some of the issues that are happening in the world and why they should care. So you might be wondering, do they really even pay attention or care about that stuff though? Well, if you make it super dull and boring, no. I mean, let's get back to thesis number one, make content that they actually want to consume. And so when it comes to TikTok and when it comes to that age demographic, adding a little dose of humor that still plants a seed can go a really long way. So what could this actually look like? Well, here's a few examples of things I've done on my TikTok. You guys will, I'm sure, remember the infinite amount of cash comment. I made a post just kind of walking through that and poking fun at it, which got about 35,000 views on TikTok, which isn't too bad. This one was one of my favorites. I made a TikTok talking about taxes and just kind of how ridiculous the system is and all of the bureaucracy within it, and it was just kind of poking fun at the government, and that got over 300,000 views. Made another video recently talking about the stimulus bill. This was the very first one, back over a month ago. And, how Americans just kind of poking fun at Americans, how they don't care and they don't take the time to learn. That ended up getting about 400,000 views. And so if you do it in a way that catches their attention, you really can start to let that conversation roll. And so research shows that it takes someone hearing something at least 7 times before it even starts to stick. And so it's my hope that with those little video examples I just showed you, that these little moments where I'm kind of poking them to maybe ask questions or question our current system, that those will start to add up and might accelerate their ability to start asking some of those critical questions, which then makes the conversation about why Bitcoin is important much easier. So what can you take away from all of this? Be willing to think outside the box. Be willing to challenge your expectations about what education in the space could look like. It may look like a silly TikTok video or a colorful Pinterest graphic or a meme contest on Instagram. On the surface, this type of content may not seem that important, but I think it's tremendously valuable for reaching new audiences and making the space feel more approachable for them, but also accelerate the growth of the space overall. Now, whether you run a blockchain company or you are a thought leader in the space or you are a content creator, keeping the two things that we've been talking about this entire time in mind, I think only helps the space to grow as we do a better job of getting outside of that crypto echo chamber, reaching different audiences, and making crypto and blockchain engaging and approachable. So remember, number 1, create content that they actually want to consume. And number 2, get in front of them where they are already hanging out. Now, if you do this, I think the likelihood that they will look like this on the other end will be much lower. Thank you guys so much. This has been a lot of fun to be part of this event. I hope that you found something helpful from my talk, and I have no doubt that you've been getting all sorts of amazing nuggets throughout this entire conference. So I would love to connect with any of you watching after this. Please feel free to reach out to me, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference.
That girl has gone crypto. I'm just going to say that.
That's true. This is hilarious. So right when she mentioned TikTok,
Yeah.
my son, he texted me this. He said, did you know that TikTok is partially owned by the Chinese commies and TikTok has admitted to sending data to China's government? They literally have everyone's data.
Well, there you go. TikTok at your own
Yeah.
caution.
I thought that was
there.
so peculiar. I was laughing because she was like, and then TikTok and then TikTok. I was like, whoa, that's some
Travis,
serendipity.
we got your favorite quarterback waiting in the wings here.
That is true. The one and only MVP of the NFL Well, that's not him.
It's not Patrick Mahomes,
It's
but
not
it looks
Patrick
like
Mahomes.
him. His name is Nick Saponaro. He's the co-founder of the Divvy project, and we've been fans of Divvy for more than a year now. They've been a sponsor of Bad Crypto. We've both had master nodes, and we're going to talk all about it today. Nick is a developer, a subject matter expert, and keynote speaker in the blockchain industry. He has traveled the globe communicating to the masses about cryptocurrency and contributes to a lot of publications, including CNBC, Ziff Davisnet, Cheddar, NASDAQ, and so on. Divvy is the global digital currency built on and secured by a decentralized blockchain platform that's owned and operated by the community with one-click simplicity. Nick, welcome to Virtual Blockchain Week, brother.
Thank you for having me, Joel. Travis, good to see you guys.
Great to see you.
Dude, that your hair is really, you got Corona hair going on.
This is 2-3 months in quarantine. I don't even know what day it is anymore.
Dude, you look like that one dude from Kid and Play. That's an old school reference for those who may not know. Hey, no, we love you, my man. So you got some great stuff going on with Divvy, and you know we've been telling folks about this. You're actually going to be giving away a copper masternode sometime tonight on Twitter, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. If you go to twitter.com/Divvy project, you can find a tweet, retweet it, and follow the instructions, and you might just win 100,000 Divvy, which right now is worth like $1,500.
Oh, that's amazing.
Nice.
Great stuff.
That's cool. So did you want to, I know you wanted to show something on your mobile. Did you have like
Definitely.
Yeah,
I'd be
go ahead
happy
and pull
to.
it up. I want to hear the
Sure.
latest and greatest about Divvy. And of course, for a lot of people who haven't heard about it, maybe kind of set the foundation.
Yeah, so this, first of all, this is exclusive just for you and and Travis, because no one has seen this full demo yet.
Sweet. We've been waiting a long time for the mobile demo, by the way.
Yeah, I know you have, and we all have. It's been a lot of work that has gone into this. Just to give some preface to it, you know, we're building a hybrid ecosystem of finance that you can use. Of course, you can have your bank account within the app, as well as use all of your cryptocurrencies right there in the wallet. So we've tried to make it as seamless and frictionless as humanly possible, because we believe that mass adoption will only come when it is as easy to use as the current infrastructure, if not easier. So I'm gonna take you guys through a couple of screens. This is just a UI demo right now. None of the people you see in this app are real.
I was gonna say somebody has a lot of Divvy right there.
Right, yeah. Okay, so first of all, I want to show you guys how we actually set up the onboarding, right? So it shows you what you're going to get. You're going to have those instant transactions, exchange and swap right in the wallet. You can earn your masternode and staking rewards. You will get a debit card if you so choose. And you can track all of your performance throughout all of your different cryptocurrencies and staking and all of that stuff, as well as get live updates and notifications when you get rewards or new money from friends. So, of course, you're going to create a passcode that'll be used throughout the app. I'm going to enable notifications because I always want to know when I get a new reward. Now, the cool thing that we've done is we onboard the user to cryptocurrency without them knowing anything about crypto whatsoever. Just for signing up and just for adding some basic information to your profile, you're going to get 50 Divvy right out of the gate, even if you're just signing up for a bank account number. I'll make my username Nick Sapp. I'll make my name. Of course, these won't actually be the name. Now, the cool thing is once you set your photo, once you set your name and username and everything like that, if you don't like that, if you don't want to show that off, you can easily turn that off or on. Full privacy enabled right there in the wallet. Boom.
And just earn 50 Divvy right there.
I just won an achievement. I earned my first 50 Divvy. Now, if I was to go and verify my account with KYC AML stuff, I could earn another 100 Divvy, and we have a bunch more achievements right there in the wallet as well. Once you get into the wallet, you're going to end up seeing Bitcoin and Divvy, as well as fiat currencies, whatever one you choose. Let's get into some of the cool features, right? So you have your earn section. You can actually go in, set up a masternode. I already have a masternode here. I have my staking vault set up. And because we've made the app interoperable with the desktop wallet, you can see what's going on your desktop, including the fact that, oh no, right now, my desktop wallet is not staking, it's off. So maybe I need to go and set that back up. Moving forward, you can exchange Divvy for Bitcoin. It's super easy, or Divvy for USD. We'll also have Colonis and Euro right out of the gate. You just hit exchange, wait a second, and boom, you've earned some Divvy.
What are you using to change it there?
So we have our own sources of liquidity as well as any exchanges. So if it's Bitcoin, we have a huge pool of liquidity for that, as well as, of course, every exchange on earth that we can hit if it's a bigger order. For Divvy, it's the same thing. We have a large pool of liquidity, and we can go to an exchange if the order can't be filled by us at that time. The other cool thing is that, like I said, it's a hybrid ecosystem. So you can actually go in and top your account up with USD, Euro, or Colonis from a bank or with your credit card. So if I just want to add $25 worth of USD to my wallet, I can set up with my Visa or MasterCard or Amex, whatever you want, and then simply swipe, and boom, you have some money in your account. Other cool things.
Now, is that money on that account? Does that connect to like another debit card or something? So you can use that as a...
Totally. Yeah. So you can get one of our debit cards. We're in testing right now with those. Actually, we have the first physical ones in hand. So that'll actually, it may not come out at launch, but it'll be right around launch that you'll actually be able to sign up and get your own debit card. And then you can load that up with Divvy, Bitcoin, USD, and use it in the real world anywhere on earth that accepts Visa. Okay, moving down. Right now, one thing you might have noticed is that when I set up this wallet, I didn't end up backing up a seed phrase or doing any of the complex things that most wallets have you do. Mm-hmm. That's because we want to get people into the app. Now, with these nudges, these little spots right here, we can encourage people to earn extra Divvy for backing up their wallet, learn about masternodes, those types of things. As you move down, you'll see that the transaction history looks like something you've seen before, right? You can see your friend's face and their name. And when you click, you can see all the information about that transaction right there in the wallet. And it feels familiar. It feels secure, right? And it is. If you want to receive, we're going to have all these different coins. These are just an example right now. At launch, it'll just be Divvy and Bitcoin, but we'll soon after add Litecoin, Ethereum, EOS, Doge, or everything. You can also send to your friends, right? All you have to do.
Yeah, I'm your friend. I'm your friend.
You are my friend. I don't have your recipient address in here yet. I will soon.
And these are all fake people here, Travis. So
these are all fake. Yeah, none of these people, you can't find them on Facebook. So if I choose Renee and I want to send him 25 Divvy, it's again just as easy as swiping the thing, and boom. It feels
easy.
That's beautiful.
Onboarding.
It just feels nice, right? It just feels familiar. It feels. Now, one of my favorite things is the performance dashboard. So you're going to have, you don't have to go to Blockfolio and keep refreshing anymore, CoinMarketCap. It's all right here in your wallet. All your coins, all your masternode rewards, the projections of what you might earn over the next 6 months, year, 4 years even. And then, of course, our famed lottery blocks. So once a week, if you're staking at least 10,000 Divvy, you're entered into a lottery block, and if you win, you can win up to 252,000 Divvy, which is like almost $3,000 right now, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I mean, this is basically what you'll end up seeing at launch. We'll be adding a ton more stuff very, very soon after, including a bunch more use cases, applications for Divvy, and especially more banking features. And the goal is to stop sharing. The goal is to actually bring the fees for using your own money, which I feel is absurd, down, hopefully down to zero eventually, by subsidizing the cost of those fees with Divvy.
Yeah, I saw $5 ATM fee the other day.
Dude, that's absurd.
Crazy. That is
absolutely
so
absurd.
When is the app going to launch by chance? Any idea?
So I can't give a hard date. That's against our philosophy, but I can say that it will be warm out pretty much everywhere in the country.
Okay, we're gonna go with summer. Check out our sponsors page. Divvy's on there, or just go directly to wallet.divvyproject.org. This is a project that Travis and I have are standing by, and both of us have had master nodes. It's solid stuff, Nick. So congratulations, and looking forward to that mobile app.
Thank you guys. Thanks so much,
brother. Take care, my friend.
We'll see you soon.
Mr. Travis Wright, are you ready for it to get all crazy up in here?
You know what? I think everybody who's tuning in right now is more than likely in for a treat.
Yeah. This is a man who needs no introduction, and I don't want to take up any time doing such an introduction. I just want to turn him loose and hear his thoughts on the world as it is today, as he blows his nose. Got to get it all cleared out there so you're ready to give us the wit and wisdom of Mr. John McAfee. John, welcome to Virtual Blockchain Week, brother.
All right, thank you. Am I actually on now?
You're on. We got the whole nose blowing there.
Yeah, I know you got me right in the act. They said it'd be 10 or 20 minutes, so I was just about to shoot up my heroin, but I guess I'll have to wait. So,
well, listen, you're on. As far as I'm concerned, I just want to turn you loose to share your feelings of whatever is on your mind. Less of us talking, more of you. So go, my friend.
Whoa, is that not throw the weight to me? Okay, yeah. All right. I think didn't I say the talk would be about the state of the world or something?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, whatever that means to you.
Because yeah, I think we're all contemplating the meaning of what's happening to us. Those of us who are locked down, those of us who are not, those who are frightened of this boogeyman virus, those who are angry about lockdown and believe that the whole thing is a ploy by world governments to gain more control over the populace. Listen, I'm not going to debate these things because we could be here all night.
Hey, John, is it possible to turn up your microphone a little bit?
I could, yes. Is that better?
Oh my, there we go. Now loud and clear,
all right,
my friend.
I'm so sorry. So, where we are, we're living in a paradigm that the world has never seen before, and not a paradigm that was created through thought or analysis or even through speculation, but a paradigm I think that was just thrust upon us by unknown forces. And it's a paradigm that we have no tools to deal with, either projecting its future course or understanding even its cause. We are in a situation that has no precedent in this world. 1/3 of the entire planet is locked down. And unfortunately, that third is the most developed countries in the world, with a few exceptions. Japan, which refused to cooperate, and it seems like they're doing fine. But mostly the developed countries, those that produce the goods and services that keep this globe functioning and alive. And if you look, I mean, we are people. We're animals, just like lions and tigers and bears and monkeys. I mean, we are part of the animal kingdom, and as such, every species has a function that is necessary to maintain the existence of that species. I mean, look at squirrels. I mean, starting, if you ever watch squirrels, I love to watch them, you know, darting here and there. But if you watch squirrels in October, when it becomes pretty clear that winter's coming, and if they don't collect nuts and seeds and acorns, they're going to starve. And even working nonstop from October through the end of November, 10% of the squirrels do not survive because they have not collected sufficient food.
So the government doesn't help the government squirrels, doesn't bail out the squirrels?
Well, yeah. Well, here's the problem. Government squirrels absolutely do, and what they do is they print squirrel money. But unfortunately, you can't eat squirrel money, if you understand what I'm saying. So no. So so what will happen? What would happen if a squirrel leader came like, whoa, hey guys, I just found out about this terrible thing. It's a virus, and half of us are going to die if you stay out here. Get into your holes and stay there. The squirrel species would die out. You couldn't survive. Do you think we're any different as human beings? Please, people. Our society, this complex web of relationships, international relations, The industries that produce goods and the industries that ship them and distribute them and those that package them and sell them is an intricate, sensitive, delicate web that has developed over 50,000 years of human evolution, ever since the development of language. And it is so delicate. I mean, the things that people do, for example, out of, we're smart enough, we know what we're doing. Like in Hawaii, they had a type of beetle that was destroying the trees in the island of Molokai. So they shipped over a whole bunch of frogs from Puerto Rico that ate those bugs, and the frogs ended up destroying the entire ecosystem of the island. Everything in life is sensitive, and evolution, either the evolution, the biological evolution of the human being, or the evolution of society, the evolution of religion, language, government, has evolved in a very delicate relationship. And we have shut that down, people, for a whole month. Some places a month and a half, almost two. And we expect at the end of this, we're just going to walk out of our houses and get back to normal. I am very sorry, but no, people, this is not going to happen. And this new paradigm, which we have no tools, no means of understanding and projecting, has a life of its own, and it will unfold before us very quickly. And it will not be pretty. It will not be pleasant. And I cannot predict it, neither can anyone else. People go, well, people are going to jump into crypto. No, they're not. Why? Because jumping into crypto is not like opening a bank account, people. You got to spend days understanding what crypto is. Then you've got to, what do you do? Which crypto do you buy, and how do you do it? And we're all going to lose our keys and lose our money. This is what will go through people. No, they're not going to jump into crypto. We're too early. And the people who are already in crypto, well, we're in crypto. You're going to see all kinds of things happening in the market. Not that I care about the crypto market particularly. I'm more concerned with crypto use, but you're going to see soon. I never watch what's happening to Bitcoin. It does not interest me, but I promise you within a few days, you're going to start seeing a spike. Why? We got the halving coming up. Now, I was running MGT, the world's 6th largest Bitcoin mining company in 2016 when the quartering happened. Well, you saw the same thing. There was a huge rise. And then immediately after, a huge drop. And I think you're going to see the same thing. Why? Because we've got the same people in crypto, maybe some new ones. We have the same dynamic, the same psychology, the same anticipation and greed of making money, and the same fears of losing it. But really, that doesn't interest me. What interests me is something that is far more important. That's the use. Bitcoin used to be on the dark web. That's all people would take. Now there's not a single vendor that will take Bitcoin or even Ethereum. Monero, 99%. Why? It's private, absolutely private. And what interests me is what is going to happen to the economy of cryptocurrency, not the market. I could care less. I mean, we are taking the crypto market as the value of crypto and the reason to get into it. We're going to get rich. But really, crypto and the blockchain in general is here to potentially free us from financial slavery, from the overburdened government that creates the fiat currency that we're forced to use, which they can inflate at any time. Oh, by the way, they just did it, $2 trillion in the United States. What do you think that's going to do to the dollar? It sure is not going to increase its value. You just can't pull money out of the air and expect everything to be okay. Money is based on something called industry, production, service. We haven't increased any of that, have we? In fact, we have decreased it by an incredible percentage. And at the same time, we have inflated our currency by $2 trillion. Now you tell me, that the US dollar is not going to collapse.
Yeah.
It has
$2
to.
trillion so far, and the word on the
Oh, yeah.
street is
No.
that there's 6, maybe more trillion, 8 trillion, maybe 10 trillion.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, of course. Well, listen, the Fed said, don't worry, people. We can make as much money as we need. No, they did. They did a month and a half ago. Don't worry, people. We can do this electronically to create more money. Yes, indeed. Well, isn't that magic? Why are we working then? Why, in fact, are we doing anything? Why don't we just sit home and have the government send us checks every month? We watch TV, take drugs, whatever. We don't need to work. No, please. The world does not function in that way, people. I wish it did. Wouldn't that be nice?
Well, when you say it's not going to be pretty, I mean, what do you think this looks like on the other side? Zombie apocalypse?
God, let's hope not, people. But we can't rule that out, because why don't we just analyze what's happening? Let's take some major industries. Airlines, 80% of their fleet is leased, and they got to pay that lease every week, whether those airplanes are carrying passengers and making money or not. When we shut down aviation for 4 days after 9/11, some of the companies almost went bankrupt. They've been shut down for a month and a half now. What's going to happen there? What about little people, landlords? In California, they're saying now, if you can't pay your rent, you don't have to. Okay. How wonderful is that, people? But what about the landlords? And these landlords are not all major corporations. No, 80% are small people, individuals who bought a second house by working hard, getting that mortgage, calculating what the rent may be, working hard to fix the plumbing, the roof, and everything else. And now you've got 2 months of no income, and you have to pay your mortgage. Do you understand the ripple effect of the tiniest little law that's changed? No. What about restaurants? Restaurants, when they were shut down, do you understand that the big issue in the restaurant business, about the toughest business in the world, I would never recommend it, but the big issue is inventory and how you have to calculate. My eggs are going to last me maybe 2 weeks if I keep them at X amount of temperature. Lettuce, maybe 4 days. Meats, if they're not frozen, especially fish, it lasts 5 days. All of that inventory is spoiled, all of it. And they have to restock it after 2 months of no income, and they still got to pay the rent on their business. And many of those businesses have leased spaces. They got to pay the leases. No, think about the ripple effects of all of these tiny things.
Hey, John, don't you
Yes.
think that landlords, I mean, they don't want people to move out because they're not going to get somebody new to move in? Don't you think there's a negotiation take place? Hey, I can't pay full rent. Here's what I can do. And that there's going to be some negotiation there.
Well, you try doing that with the mortgage holder at the bank and go, hey, First Bank, I can't pay you for a couple of months. They go, well, not a problem. Please, could you just move out tomorrow because we're going to foreclose? It doesn't work that way. They say, well, okay, we'll let the banks do it. Then what are the banks going to do? People, there is no easy solution by going, oh, let's just work it out. That's what the government would like. Tell me how. Where do you stop the working it out? You work it out with the landlord.
Some of the banks that I'm seeing are doing like
pay
a
me
forbearance. They'll give you
they'll
give you like a 3 or a 5 month forbearance on your mortgage. But then what they're saying is, hey, at the end of that 5 months, we need you to pay all 5 of those months of mortgage all at once.
Yes, you can't do it. It can't be done, people. What the government is asking and expecting is a physical, financial impossibility in the world in which we live. I'm sorry, I do wish it were otherwise, but it's not. And here's what people do. If you believe something like the coronavirus, it's a big one right there. If you believe a certain story, like, okay, they really are 200 times more the rate of death in New York is actually 200 times greater than the average of the top 10 largest cities in the world, the most crowded places. Well, that's not possible. It really isn't. I'm sorry. It's not statistically possible, and yet it's happening. So you show that to people and go, oh, but no. Yes, it's an inconvenient number, but that's the problem with numbers. 2 + 2 is 4. I mean, no matter how inconvenient that answer is, no matter how unwanted or how uncomfortable it is, it's 4. But people will not accept that. Why? Because they are told by authority. What is authority? Well, the president's an authority. Congress is an authority. The policemen are authorities. Since you're told by authority, well, it must be true. It has to be true. Why does it have to be true? Because 99% of the sheep do not think for themselves. Why? Well, first of all, laziness is the number one, or not actually number 2. The number one is fear. Fear of what? Fear of thinking incorrectly. Fear of making the incorrect decision, which is based on thinking. Isn't it much easier to go, will someone please tell me how to think? Because if they will do that, if that person is wrong, they take the blame, not you. You're just a follower.
Some would say
So-
the mainstream media does that they just tell people what to think and parrot narratives
course they
often
do.
enough, and people
Of
believe
course
it.
they do. They use words like horror, staggering numbers. Well, no, they're not at all. Nothing horrible about these numbers, and they're certainly not staggering by any measure, other than raw measure. Oh, 250,000 people around the world have died of COVID-19. Well, yeah, that sounds like a huge number. Oh my God, that's a lot. But if you use your head and go, well, but shouldn't we ask something like, well, first of all, how many people in the world are there? I mean, wouldn't that be important to know? 7.8 billion. Oh, so you're telling me that one person out of 50,000 has died, and we're locked down because of that? You do realize that more people fall off of ladders and die. That 5 times as many, no, I'm sorry, 15 times as many die from diarrhea every year.
What gets
That's
me,
3
John,
times.
what gets me, John, is
Yes.
like every day worldwide, 151,000 people die every day regularly. And every week, 1.1 million people die every single week. Like the numbers haven't even reached like a normal week.
Like I haven't run those numbers, but I know it's 62 million people a year die. That was the number last year. Oh, you're right, 5 point, whatever it is,
1 point something
per
yeah.
week. Yeah,
Yep.
1 point, 52 weeks. Yeah, 1.1 or something. Yes, absolutely, 60 million people, and 200,000 have died, and that's a horror. Where our hospitals are going to be overflowing. What do you think these people die? Half of them die in hospitals. 30 million people a year, and yet COVID is going to overrun our hospitals and our funeral. Oh, please. I mean, if you use your head and common sense, you can see that you're being deceived, people. Like you're always deceived by the mainstream media. And then the government, why is the government following the mainstream media? Because the mainstream media is the power. Once they have frightened the populace, well, then what is Trump and Congress supposed to do? They can't go, hey, it's not a problem. Wait a minute, the media's already told us it is, and we're already scared. What's wrong with you? So they have to go along. This is some endless circle of no blame other than the originator of the lies. And they're not even lying. It really is. 250,000 people have almost died. I mean, almost 250,000 people have died. They're not lying, but they are, because if they had any conscience, they would put that in context. When they only 250,000 people have died, they would say, listen, 1 person out of 50,000 in the world has died from this thing. Now, isn't that a better way to tell the truth?
Mhm.
Isn't it?
You know,
Rather
the
than forcing
fearful,
people, pardon?
that fearful response you talk about. You know, here in the apartment building I live in, there's 500 units. And I actually walked into the elevator the other day, and they had put yellow tape on the ground in 4 corners to show you
Yes.
where to stand. What Are you? And so I stand in the middle just out of protest.
Good, excellent. Pretty soon, everybody's going to be protesting. But here's the thing: lies, they disseminate at the speed of light and are accepted by everyone. The truth, it's a lot slower, but the truth, as it creeps along, eradicates and absolutely decimates lies. And the truth is starting to come out. Listen, Stanford University last week came out with a study going, you know what? At least 25% of the American public is already infected. And in England, Oxford University 3 days ago released a study going, at least half of all of England is infected, pretty much like the flu. The flu, almost everybody's always infected. 90% show zero symptoms, none, asymptomatic. Same thing with coronavirus. Now, if that is true, and I promise you soon, I hope MIT, Johns Hopkins, Cambridge will also come up with the same thing. And we will have to accept the truth that, wait, this is not a problem. That the death rate is not 2%. It is, in fact, 1/5 the death rate of the flu. And that seems to be, borne out by the numbers. Flu killed 630,000 in last season. COVID's killed 200,000 this season, about 1/3 of the deadliness of the flu. So once this comes out, governments and even the media, what's the media going to do? First of all, they're going to deny it. Notice when the Stanford study came out, that every media outlet managed to find an expert that said, oh no, that's nonsense. Well, I'm sorry, but I used to teach in the Harvard Business School graduate program every year as a visiting industrial entrepreneurial teacher or lecturer, Stanford students, and taught to Stanford faculty. There is not a smarter, more adept and intelligent group of people on this planet. And I promise you, if they have done a study, they're not wrong. But yes, the media had all these studies. Oh no, there's a statistical error. Are you kidding me? Stanford statisticians make statistical errors. No. And then the same thing when Oxford 3 days ago came out with they're saying, hey, listen, you got to stop this lockdown because this is not a problem, people. This does not have a 2% mortality rate, 1/3 of the flu. That's what Oxford came up with. Hey, I love it.
So I want to ask you a question, John. I want you to put on your tinfoil hat with me here for a second, because because now, for one, I want to preface this. Former CIA director William Casey once upon a time said, "We'll know our disinformation is working and complete when the American public believe everything that we have."
Yes, that's right. When the American public believes, when everything that the public believes is a lie, we will have succeeded. Yes, duh.
Yeah. So now we're in a situation here where, there's been all these different case studies that's popped out where they said this hydroxychloroquine, it's helping 90+% of the people. And then you got Fauci who's like, no, that's horrible. That's bad. We don't want to do that. And then one comes out that's $1,000 pill. And Fauci's like, oh, this one right here might be, we need to really take a look at this $1,000 pill thing. And so it seems to me like there's a chance this whole thing is blown up out of proportion because the pharma industry and all this stuff. Are they working together?
Of course, they're all. Listen, it's economically beneficial for people to believe this is a pandemic. All right, and the stupidity of these things. This works, that works. Who cares? Who cares? If they in fact get $1,000 pill for diarrhea, are you going to buy it? And yet diarrhea kills 15 times as many people. This is the stupidity we need. Why are we talking about cures for a non-existent problem, people? Why don't we get a cure for the flu? Wouldn't that be 3 times more beneficial?
There's no cure. They just inoculate you, but it doesn't cure it.
Of course not. And in spite of inoculation, 630,000 people a year die. And diarrhea, 2.5 million. 2.5 million. And someone says, hey, I've got $1,000 pill to cure diarrhea. Pardon?
I said that'd be a shitty way to go.
I guess it would. I guess it would.
So-
Nevertheless, even at 2.5 million, do you realize how totally insignificant that number is in relation to the world population? It is a nothing. This is what the media should be saying. Listen, these numbers sound bad, but really, let's take a look at the reality. I mean, in 7.8 billion, it's one tenth, actually 1/12 as bad as diarrhea, 1/3 as bad as the flu, and almost equivalent to deaths from falling off of ladders. And why do they do that? Would we be hiding in our houses? But all of those are truths, people, truths.
So
Just saying.
John, what do people do? You know, as we get ready to close out here, and we appreciate your time. If everything is going to be as challenging as you believe it's going to be once we do come back out into this economy, how do you recommend people prepare for what's coming next?
If I knew what was coming next, I could answer that question. I mean, if the apocalypse is coming next, I think the chances are very slim, but not zero. You need to understand this, people. You cannot even discount that. Why? We've never seen this before. This in the entire history of humankind has never happened. When our species all at once say, we're not going to work anymore. How about that? Who knows what will happen? I hope it's not like the squirrels where the species dies. And you know they would if they shut down for even a week. I hope it's not that. If it is, my recommendation is to buy food and guns first. Because if you got the guns, you can get the food, all right? If you just have the food and don't have the guns, your neighbors are going to take it because your neighbors are going to have the guns. But I don't think that's going to happen.
You don't have one handy there by you, do you? One of your artillery? What do you got?
I'm John. I'm John McAfee. When am I ever without a fucking gun, people?
What is that? What do you got there?
AK-47.
That's a 47.
You can drop these. You can drop this in a swamp of mud. Come back in 50 years, pick it up, and it will fire. All right. It's a Russian-made thing. I mean, listen, it ain't pretty. Nothing like the AR-15. The AR-15 is a pretty weapon, but this sucker will always fire. So of course I've always got weapons.
You're a legend, my man. Great.
He's got his guns, he's got his wife, he's got his tribe, he's bunkered in some unknown location, and that's the way he likes it. John, we really appreciate you coming on. I know that.
And thank you so much for having me. All right.
We've got a journalist at Cointelegraph that's waiting to ask you some
that's
questions.
right. Okay. I understand. I have, you do understand it is now 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my. Well, we don't
wow.
know.
Nevertheless, and
John McAfee is.
Cointelegraph, by the way, I need to rip them a new asshole because today it's roast week for them, or roast day or something. And so I understand roasting. So they roasted me solidly today. I'm not going to say what they said. You may look it up. But I responded. They were basically talking about what? It wasn't them? Who was it? Coin market cap. Oh, I'm sorry. I get these people confused. I mean, coin market.
Aren't you glad you have Janice there to set the record straight?
Jesus, I'm sorry. No. Okay. Thank God, because I would have laid into them out of humor, and they would have thought, "What? What's wrong? What have we done to you?"
Can we say hi to Janice? Can she pop on just?
Janice, baby, come here. They want to say hi to you.
We love Janice.
And they got to hurry because they got to go or something.
Hello, I've got a shower cap on my head.
Oh, we love you, girl. Thank you.
Of course.
Thanks for keeping him on track. We appreciate you.
Of course, no problem.
Without Janice, I'd never talk to anybody because, listen, I'd agree to, we'll interview on Tuesday. I wouldn't write it down. And on Tuesday, I would be drinking or something and forget about it. So Janice keeps me on track. All right.
That's so
That's
beautiful.
awesome.
You guys are great. Thank you.
Thanks
so
to you both. Enjoy your interview with Cointelegraph. Don't rip them a new one. They're good.
No, good God. Thank you for telling me.
You're welcome.
They do sound alike. Cointelegraph, coin market cap, really. Same syllables. Anyway, thank you guys.
Take care, John.
All right.
Oh my God.
That is fantastic.
That was worth the price of admission right there, wasn't it, folks?
Oh my gosh. So awesome. Travis, give a shout out to one of our sponsors there, and I'm going to prepare
Man,
for our next guest.
I don't even know where to begin here. All right, here we go. Zuber Lawler, if you're looking for some legal counsel for blockchain securities or regulatory matters, or issuance of tokens or digitized assets, development, licensing, commercial use, acquisition, and deposition of all matter of intellectual property, look no further than Zuber Lawler. Go to virtualblockchainweek.com, click on sponsors, go down until you see it, find a Z, and that's them.
That'll be them. Fantastic. Boy, a tough act to follow, but the guy we have here with us is a solid act in and of himself. His name is Mabode Mogadam. Mabode is an entrepreneur known both for his ventures and for an outlandish personality. He was the co-founder of Everedia and Rap Genius, which is now known as Genius. He's currently the entrepreneur in residence at Mucker Capital. They're a VC firm that provides capital and support for software and internet startups. Mabode's going to talk with us about the DApp community. And Mabode, welcome to Virtual Blockchain Week, my friend. We're really, really happy to see you.
Yo.
Drop some lyrics on us.
Yo, we here at Virtual Blockchain Week. Crazy is going to speak. We're going to host the freaks at the after party. He is holding the BTC and the ETH.
Wiki, what?
On Coinbase.
Very
That was
nice.
pretty good. Come on.
That was
That's
nice.
all-
Drop the Coinbase.
Yeah, I was supposed to be a rapper, but it just, I ended up being a crypto prophet instead. It's all good though.
I'm a not-for-profit crypto prophet. I can't find a good trade. I don't know.
So you got bars. That would have been that's like a good start for a rap song, right?
I'm a former DJ, so don't get me started.
Nice.
Yeah, man. So let's talk about the topic we want to feature here today. Why are you so pumped up about decentralized applications, DApps?
DApps are the future. So Everedia, my second company, is the biggest DApp. We're the DApp with the most traction. We're really using a DApp to do something. Everyone gets crypto for writing Wikipedia articles. It's like a no-brainer. But the reason why I got into crypto in the first place was because Genius is not a DApp. My first company, we basically have volunteers. And I always got really fed up with my only choices being that the volunteer is just working for IQ points, or they get hired full time and they have to move to the office in Brooklyn. I just thought that was weird. And it's not just us, especially knowledge projects. Any knowledge projects that are not decentralized, I think the founders kind of feel like the users aren't getting a fair shake. Like that, the inspiration for Genius was Stack Overflow. And Stack Overflow, you have very talented software developers, people who could be charging like $1,000 an hour, basically working for free. They're working for a street cred. And a lot of them just think that someday they're going to get a job at Stack Overflow. So there's like this weird carrot and stick. I even remember I wanted to just give some users a check for like $100 at Genius, and the CEO was against it. He let me experiment one time with just like giving one-time payments, and a lot of the users got mad. Apparently that's like one of the rules of Silicon Valley, is you can never pay the users, because if you pay the users, then they start thinking of it as a job instead of thinking of it as a game.
No, that's a really interesting point, because I've always sort of thought of that, like with Reddit. You have all of these people who are on Reddit and they're doing all this admin work and doing all this stuff for free, and then they treat it like a job, and it's a big ego boost for them, but they make no money, and it just seems like they're just, a lot of times they're just pushing agendas for other people, but they're not maybe they're making cash on the back end or under the table or something. I'm not sure, but it always seemed weird to me how they made no money and spend so much time doing it.
The ego part is deeply problematic, because that's how a lot of times volunteer moderators are getting quote unquote paid, is that they get to be pushy. And one of the ways that manifests itself is deletionism. Like Reddit certainly has, like if you post something on Reddit, chances are it's getting deleted. And on Wikipedia, I know for a fact, 95% of pages get deleted. That was before we even got into crypto. That's the reason why we built Everpedia, is we wanted to build an inclusionist Wikipedia, basically a Wikipedia where we won't delete your page if it has citations. But then we started to realize the reason why Wikipedia has such a small community. Wikipedia has about 10,000 editors, which if you think about it is not that much. And it's because they choose to be that way. If someone wants to become a Wikipedia editor, they basically get turned away. And then it has nefarious racial and sexual bias. There's basically bias against women. There's bias against people of color.
There's political bias, right? Because there's definitely a leaning narrative and editorial slant on Wiki.
Yeah, so I mean, so Everpedia gets a lot of love from like Republicans, pro-Trump people. We're not really, our CTO is pro-Trump, but the rest of us were like Team Yang. But
you're okay with, like, you want all information there and you're not trying to form a narrative.
So the funny thing is I'm anti-Trump, and I think Wikipedia is biased that way. Like Wikipedia pisses everyone off. They put in like all this like slant, Trump syndrome content. But then on the other side, they kind of diss the progressive politics as well. So Wikipedia's slant is basically like the Joe Biden lame stream that everyone is sick of. It's like considered the middle ground, but it's the middle ground that nobody even stands on. So like the Trump people are pissed, the Bernie people are pissed. Basically, no one's happy, and then no one is editing either. It's like no one has a say because it's not decentralized. So it's not like you can just your worth is not measured by your tokens or anything. It's kind of just an arbitrary. I'm guessing that tenure has a lot to do with it. Like the old timer Wikipedia editors get to basically push around the new editors, even if they have nothing going. Like they're not even creating that much content necessarily.
Well, I'll tell you, if you go to Wikipedia, and I've done this before where I've gone to see if Bad Crypto has a page. And let me pull it up here. So I just searched Wikipedia for Bad Crypto, nothing there. But for the first time, I just searched on Wikipedia and on Everedia, and we have a page here. Somebody created something.
I love it. Well, the funny thing is, Joel, I actually, I made your page.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Well, it's probably been updated. If you want to just click on it.
So I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. Under founders or whatever. If you just click on your name.
My page. Oh, I see. There's one for me and one for Travis. So I have a Wikipedia page already. So does it pull in automatically?
Yeah, I started your page, but I'm so lazy. Oh my God. Yeah. They made it much better. So I started your page, but I made it like one paragraph, but it looks like we had a soldier go through and like really give you a legit page.
Travis has got a paragraph.
Okay. I got like a couple sentences. I think Joel's picture is like 3 or 4 months into the quarantine. His hair looks pretty long there.
Yeah, that is an old picture, but that's the one on my wiki page. That's been there forever. See, there it is.
Okay. No. So, all right. What happened was I probably made Travis's page, but then now we need to, Travis, we need to make your page better. My bad. Dude.
I'm a couple words. Good stuff. Now, one thing I really love about Everpedia was the sign-in process and the creation of the account, creation of the wallet. You don't even know you're using crypto, right? It's so seamless. It's so smooth. You know, if you could talk about that process, and then are there other companies that are able to maybe white label or utilize your login process? Because it seems to me to be such a smooth way to enter into crypto. You don't even know you're in crypto.
Well, we didn't build it. We use a plugin called ORID.
Okay.
which is available to everyone, but it's still not 100. Like I'm happy you had a good experience, but one of the problems with dApps is even for the seamless, walletless, cryptoless side of things, the crypto side makes it more complicated. Like it's just a really, really hard app to build. We've got all we basically cribbed our style from Steemit. We have inflation. The inflated tokens are the ones that get distributed to creators. Their governance tokens. You can vote with your tokens for governance issues. But that's just really, really hard to keep track of. I think that's one of the reasons, like, my dream is for Genius to decentralize, but one of the problems is that it's still really, really hard to do. But we're figuring that out. Like Everepedia's team we have the technical chops in spades. All of the only co-founder who doesn't code is me. So we're basically trying to build the plumbing not just for the Wikipedia, but for all of the crypto dApps. And we got other projects going too, like Everepedia is also building Predict, which is our prediction market, kind of like Augur, and except we want it to work. And then we also just released the white paper for Frax, which is our stablecoin. But we think we're going to be able to crack the stablecoin puzzle as well.
I want to talk about Everepedia for a moment longer. The model there, on Wikipedia, you say there's about 10,000 editors. They volunteer, but Everepedia's model is you could actually get rewarded in tokens for creating the content. Is that right?
Yes.
So exactly how does that work? I go, okay, I want to go create, a page about somebody and I enter it in. Do I get rewarded based on the length of the content or people that upvote it? What are the mechanics?
That is an excellent question. And the funny thing is I really can't answer because it's always changing. They're always switching it up. Obviously, upvotes is a big part of it. Upvotes from people who have a lot of tokens, it weighs it a lot more. One thing I'm always trying to push the CEO and the CTO to factor in more is traffic, because I'm addicted. I'm addicted to the numbers, so I just like to see big traffic get rewarded. And I think we're actually, they did me right. They started to treat traffic more prevalent. That obviously links and citations are basically the mana. Like your guys' 2 pages, it's not just the link the link that's different, but also one page has a lot more sources that it's drawing from. That's what we're all about. Like Wikipedia too, is that it's not supposed to be original information. It's supposed to be information that came from elsewhere on the internet. But then Wikipedia basically has limited number of sources they let you use. We're basically down with people using anything on the internet. As long as it's an internet citation, we don't try to decide if this is biased or unbiased or whatever. We figure being too hardcore, being too authoritarian like that is gonna cause more trouble than it's gonna cause more problems than it's gonna fix.
So you can just get a citation on unclenews.info. You're like, oh yeah, unclenews.info, totally legit.
Well, not really. So for example, people were getting pissed at us using InfoWars, and we actually had a governance vote to stop using InfoWars. So the governance, the blockchain side is still there, but at least we don't come down centralized and say don't use blogs, don't use social media like Wikipedia does. We let you use anything. We let you make any page, use any sources, and then if the community, if the token holders have a problem with it, then they can vote against it.
Well,
I find that really peculiar. Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering, did they then say no InfoWars? Is that?
I believe so. I believe that now InfoWars is banned on Everepedia.
I have a problem with that, not because I read InfoWars, but because a news story is not illegitimate based on where it's published. It's illegitimate if the facts aren't true. And you know that every source, unless they're the Babylon Bee or the Onion, you know, that it deliberately will, you know, change the facts. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut from time to time. So how do you blanket ban an outlet just assuming that nothing they say is going to be accurate?
It has to be done. Everyone censors and everyone has trouble censoring. And then with crypto, there's all kinds of prisoner dilemmas and problems that you can still get into. But it's better than what we had before with the centralized. Like now we have token holders who are voting. They can be biased. They can try to capture. They can make mistakes. But at least it's not Mark Zuckerberg who's making the decision, or like these random editors who have power for arbitrary reasons. Like we have the people who hold the power, there's some numbers behind it with blockchain. It can still cause problems. Like there's definitely still going to be bias and problems with blockchain. Like, you know, EOS gets a lot of criticism with the composition of the block producers. But I think we can smooth all that out. I think that there will still be bias, there will still be capture, but at least it's decentralized. There's a lot more potential to escape those problems than you're going to get just by Mark Zuckerberg making the blanket decision.
Yeah, I think it seems like a much better approach. I want to switch gears here a little bit. So you've been working with Crazy Bone. And for those of you who don't know, Crazy Bone, he's going to be with us tonight at the VIP after party that Elise Sam is putting on. I believe you're going to be there, Mabode. Yes. And your Crazy Bone is from the group Bone Thugs and Harmony. It's the first of the month, and it is the first of the month. So it's cool that he's coming on today. Maybe talk about how you're helping him get online with the cryptos.
Crazy is the man. So I met Crazy in 2016. And he was actually one of the first people to give press to Everedia. He hosted me on his podcast. He has a podcast, and he hosted me on it to talk about Everedia. And this is before we had anything to do with crypto. He just was into it because we were trying to make a new version of Wikipedia. And he had heard that Wikipedia is racist, so he was into it for that. And it was so, you know, pardon the pun, it was crazy. I was on his podcast and I'm like, wow, I can't believe Crazy Bone is interviewing me. Like, what the hell? Because he was like a hero for me growing up. That's like, for me, he's on the same level as like Biggie and Tupac.
Mm.
I will not pardon your pun, good sir. That pun was too funny.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of craziness going on, but we've stayed friends this whole time, and he's been very successful. He's been stepping up the business game, getting into doing a lot of social media marketing. And he started putting on a lot of very successful live Instagram concerts with coronavirus. So I asked him to be part of Virtual Blockchain Week. And he talked to Alize. He got really into it. He opened up his Coinbase. Today he tweeted out his crypto address to fans. And he's connecting with Acoin. He wants to see what possibilities there are to use crypto like Acoin's doing in Africa for downtown Cleveland. He's hodling now. He wants to put on blockchain related concerts. And so it's interesting for me that I've been involved in like the connection between crypto and rap since 2013. In 2014, Nas and I were both angel investors in Coinbase, and Nas had also been an investor in Genius. So I reached out to him. I was like, you need to start promoting it on social media. Like, you need to tell everyone of your fans that even if they don't have a lot of money to put into it, they need to start a Bitcoin wallet. But he kind of never got into it. He was like, you know, he invested, but he kind of didn't didn't see how it connects to his fans or how it could be useful to his fans. So then later on, years later with Everedia through Brock, I connected with Acoin, and Acon's the total opposite. Acon's the hodler and investor, but then he's also using everything within his celebrity to promote blockchain to you know, his fans, trying to research its uses to build infrastructure in Africa. So he's the man. He's basically,
you know, he's coming on tonight. He's going to be with us here for an interview here in I don't know, an hour or so. So we're looking forward to speaking with him as well.
well,
Mabode, you're the man. Mabode Mogadam, he is the man.
yeah,
He's
well,
got the plan. And
call
tonight,
it-
the
call
party.
it Acoin for me, please. Please tell him we need him to get on Genius. He's never gone on Genius, which
All
I
right.
don't know how that's happened, but
We'll
we
give him
also
a
need to
holler.
connect with Crazy Bone. Like now he's got another rapper who's a crypto soldier, and we're all gonna bring this to everyone. We want everyone who is into hip hop to know that crypto is connected to their lifestyle and their interests.
Hey, cool, man. Thanks for dropping by. We appreciate you sharing your knowledge and a few lyrics, and we're looking forward to seeing you for the after party tonight.
East 99 Eternal, brother. I can't wait. It's
All
gonna
right,
be.
well,
Appreciate you.
we'll see you then. And then
Great.
for those of you that are wondering, that happens. The VIP after party is this evening. As soon as we're done here, we're going to be providing a link to the VIPs. It's not too late for you to join us. Crazy Bone's going to be there. There's going to be karaoke. There's going to be dancing. Wait till you see how this thing gets pulled off. And of course, Mabode will be there and you'll get to say a hi to him. So go to virtualblockchainweek.com and just go ahead and click register and register for the VIP ticket. And you'll be able to join us tonight. It'll be super awesome.
It's the first of the month.
Travis, why don't you go ahead and share about Silo,
Silo. They were here with us a couple of days ago. They are a smart
that
wallet
rhyme.
app.
Silo with us a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Now,
Well,
everything's going to be a rhyme.
I'm in the groove now. We're talking to Mabode. So decentralized communication network with performance and scalability to support millions and millions of users in business. The Silo network is an extensible infrastructure owned by no one. I feel like I said this earlier. The network is made possible by the Silo network, a robust mobile-first peer-to-peer communication protocol supported by incentivized service peers and designed to support powerful dApps. You can go check it out at vbw20.com/sponsors, or just go to virtualblockchainweek.com and then go hit the sponsors button.
Fantastic. And the conference goes on. Coming up at the end of the night is going to be the one and only Don Tapscott. Acoin is supposed to pop in for an appearance. Sultan is going to be here as well, dropping knowledge and talking about enterprise blockchains. But right now, we are really excited to have with us our friend Miko Matsumura. Miko is well known in both the crypto and the VC worlds. He's the co-founder of Evercoin and has helped to build multiple other companies, raising a collective $50 million in venture capital. He does a lot of other stuff. He shares his expertise as a token advisor and speaks at the most prominent industry events, including Virtual Blockchain Week. Welcome to the very same Mr. Miko Matsumura. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Let me unmute you there. Otherwise, it'll be all sign language.
Yeah, that's good. I like
There
that.
we go.
Hey, Joel.
We like you better when we can hear your words.
Hey, Travis. Hey,
How
guys.
you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. Nice to see you both.
Great to see you.
Excellent. Have you been tracking what we've been doing here all week?
Yes, definitely. I've been popping in and out. It's been quite a busy week for you guys.
That's the understatement of the day.
I feel like it's
there.
virtual blockchain month. That's what it feels like.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's that time of the month. All right, so you like everybody else, you've been stuck inside here for what, 6 weeks now, and you are a guy that doesn't just sit still. You're like, all right, what do I do with this time to make some lemonade out of these lemons? What have you been up to?
Yeah, so, I've got really two main hats that I'm wearing. One of them is obviously as a venture investor. So, we continue to deploy capital out of the fund and continue to make investments and evaluate startup companies. So, obviously there's a lot going on out there, and it's, it's a complicated market, but, exciting. It's very exciting. I think, people do say buy the dip. So that's good. I think the other facet, of course, is, working on Evercoin. So, safest mobile crypto wallet out there. And, we really continue to improve, product and continue to work on, building a company.
Right on. So you wanted to talk today about to centralize or not to centralize. That is the question. So what is the answer?
Yeah, so the thing that's amazing to me is that, there's not a commandment here, right? So there's no crypto Moses coming off of the mountains with his tablets.
There used to be a Bitcoin Jesus, but then he, he's not anymore to a lot of people. Right?
I actually, my T is for Roger, who's actually a friend, and he's also an investor in Evercoin, is I think he should actually have the nickname Bitcoin Mises. Right, because Mises is like one of the Austrian economists that actually follows his sort of philosophy. So yeah, I feel like he's more of a Mises than a Jesus.
He was actually here earlier this week and gave a great talk. So there's room for all opinions. But so you're right. There's not a a crypto Moses with the commandments.
I'd like to kind of go for the crypto Buddha look. Especially since I've gone all monk.
Yeah, right.
With my hair, yeah. But for me, it isn't necessarily a one size fits all solution, because one of the things that's happening is I think for the first time in a long while, actually new people are coming in off the bench, right? So new people are actually coming in to play crypto these days, and I think that's exciting. But I think those new people are really kind of trying to understand how do I get access to this asset class? How do I hold things like Bitcoin? And obviously they're sort of it's almost like an evolutionary tree, if you start out, you kind of crawl out of the ocean and you're basically well, I want a custodial exchange like a Coinbase, so that's really the first kind of it's like aliens, it start out in this little, egg, and then you start turning into these crawly aliens, and then eventually you become this super alien.
As long as it doesn't come bursting out of my chest,
Yeah, that's actually one of the stages, but it's a lot of fun. I always have a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. These very strange metaphors come out spontaneously when I'm hanging out on Bad Crypto Podcast. But the idea of that evolution is pretty important, right? Because what happens is that all these new people are coming into the space, and what's funny is that some of these people don't even want to go to Coinbase. So for example, things like GBTC, right? GBTC, you think, oh, that's a coin. It's not even a coin. It's a stock ticker, right? It's Grayscale, right? So there's people buying exposure to BTC through the Grayscale fund, using their stockbroker, right? So they don't even, that's not even a custody issue. Obviously there is custody, but they don't understand that. It doesn't really matter to them. And that's just fine, right? So for us, the mood becomes that as you get further and further down this evolutionary tree, and you start to kind of look like those Cro-Magnon, you start to carry a club around, then you start to think about self-custody as you start to kind of gain sort of your own autonomy and intelligence, coming into this thing.
We're in one of the craziest times, I'm 40 something years old. I've never even seen anything that even compares to where we are right now. Right. I know 9/11 was pretty wild, but it seemed like 9/11, we had a little bit of a discomfort, and then we got back to the new normal. But here we are now, we're just sort of hung in this bad place of just unknowing. And so, knowing that, we're seeing a lot of crazy things going on with, all this unemployment, but yet the stock market's not really doing anything. And then crypto's going up and gold's going up and they're printing lots of money. And what is your perspective on this situation? And what advice do you have for people that are trying to work their way through this? It's
Absolutely. So I'm very much in the mood of hedging. So you got to hedge left, right, center. You got to hedge everything, right? This is not the kind of time where you basically push all your chips in and go, okay, I'm all in on Bitcoin maximalism, right? All in on, like, don't be going all in on anything. Like, you know, you gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself, you know, like this is not that kind of a time. Now,
back-to-back rappers. We got back-to-back. This is great.
You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself, says Miko Matsumura.
Not hedging your bets is bad for your financial health.
Mabode is throwing us off. Like by the time Acoin is here, we're gonna be hip hop kings.
Absolutely. So, you know, but my feeling is absolutely about hedging, right? Because the thing that's so important about this is like you just said, like, if you look at the stock market, like, look at the stock market, it's freaking ridiculous. Like it sort of, what's it been doing? You know, it's been doing for years and years, it's been doing this linear climb, right? So it's like, oh yeah, everything's going beautifully according to the beautiful plan, right? All of a sudden it just goes bang, right? But then what happens? So what happens now, it's ridiculous what happens. What happens is it's like, did we do too much? And so then it actually comes back up half. So it comes back up halfway, and now it's kind of trading sideways. So if you think about it, it's totally like this fork in the road, right? It's basically like, well, do we just pretend that nothing happened and keep going up, or do we just kind of like go into this hellish, pit, right? So it's almost like the market's looking at the situation as no freaking clue what to do, right? The market has no clue what to do. And guess what? The Federal Reserve Bank is saying, okay, we have QE infinity and beyond, right? So like, you know, if you look at what's happening there, like it's become the junk. There's a guy back in the 1980s, Michael Milken, got the nickname the Junk Bond King, right? He was the king of junk bonds, right? You know, it's crazy, right? The Federal Reserve is the junk bond king now, right? So like, if that doesn't prop up the economy, I don't know what will, right? Like, it's basically buying corporate debt that's gone to junk grade. So, you know, this is all like, of course, classic Bitcoin, you know, thesis type stuff, because when you see that happening and you see a today $6.13 trillion Federal Reserve balance sheet, and you also see like ECB, so European Central Bank, you know, you see banks around the world printing the money machines are going, brr, they're like making that funny noise. So like, the thing that is important to understand though, is this history hasn't been written yet. Like seriously, I'm sure you've got people telling you like, this is what this means and this is what's going to happen, right? Those people are full of shit because nobody knows, right? Nobody knows. So like the important thing that I think sensible people have to consider when you don't know what the hell to do, right? This is a definition. If you read it, there's a book by Peter Thiel called 0 to 1, and he defines investors as people who don't know what to do, right? That's the definition of an investor, right? And the reason why they're defined that way is if they knew what to do, they would just go do that, right? Like if you are like, oh, I'm going to make up this thing, it's called Facebook, and I'm going to make it into a multi-billion-dollar company, knock yourself out, right? Like, you're the person who knows what to do, right? If you're Peter Thiel, you're like, I'll put 50K into that, or I'll put 100K into that. Like, you know, like, you don't know what to do. So you're hedging. That's what you're doing. So I really feel like that's what this is about, is you got to be hedged left, right, and center, you know. And honestly, like, if you want to invite people into this asset class, if you want to invite people, you know, you should get some of this Bitcoin. Like, tell them to just park a bit in just as a hedge, right? It's like, well, there's gold, there's sort of digital gold, and then there's like your stock portfolio, and then there's your house, and then there's like the gold that you're hiding under your bed, you know, and and your wife's wedding ring, and whatever, so the treasure that you buried in a chest with under an X.
Hey, don't tell anybody about that treasure I have buried by the tree in my backyard. That's not very cool of you.
And now we know, if you go over to Miko's house, look under the bed.
Look under the X. There's an X.
There's
that's
an
X.
There's an X. That marks the spot.
X marks the spot. So my point is, though, is that like, you don't know. So like, you got to hedge.
So as we talk about, centralization, obviously one of the problems that we have, especially in the tech world, is Facebook, Twitter, right? These social sites that are so centralized. We're starting to see some blockchain based solutions, where both Travis and I are in the beta for voice.com and mess around with a few other social apps. When do you think we're going to make that move from social media centralization to more decentralized models?
Yeah, so here's the way I look at it, right? Which is, again, it kind of moves from kind of revolution, more like evolution, right? And when I talk about evolution, like think about what's happened, right? So like Jaron Lanier, one of the creators of virtual reality, said that the West Coast used to be the heroes. And what happened in 2008, when the financial industry collapsed, right? Basically, everyone started hating banks. And they're like, banks, you guys are assholes, right? So basically the banks became the enemy, right? So now, like 10 years down the road, it's more than 10 years, but like, let's say 10 years goes by, right? And all of a sudden, like the assholes have gone over to the West Coast, right? Which is that his quote was like, we became successful and we became assholes, right? So now, so what does that mean? What it means is that banking happened. And then 10 years later, data became money. And then data banks appeared, right? So now these data banks that are too big to fail are like the Facebooks and the Googles. Those are data banks, right? So my point is that it's going to take time, right? It feels to me like blockchain-based cryptographic assets are really establishing themselves now as a fundamental internet infrastructure. But I think that really when we get to the point where that becomes ragingly successful, I think we are going to start to see these emerging things. Now, every single new cycle of technology adopts way faster than the previous one. So I don't think it'll take 10 years. For sure, it won't take 10 years. It'll be faster. And the other thing that I think is exciting is that the sort of new crypto blockchain asset will actually be inseparable from the social media that comes with that asset. So I think advertising is going to be much more fully integrated, and it's going to involve influencers like yourselves, right? Who will be, I think, appropriately compensated within the network for their trust values. So, I think we will see hybrids kind of emerging, but it won't be 10 years, but it won't be 2 years either. So, I peg it at 5.
I would like to be appropriately compensated, please.
Sounds good. And obviously you guys have built a great brand and have a lot of trust in the community, and that's where I think things will start to shake out. And that's where social media starts to transform, right? Because I think the thing that's happening right now with data and own your own data and all the great stuff that Brittany Kaiser and others are working on is that the end users aren't yet offended enough. They're not pissed off enough to quit the stuff that isn't serving them, And so I think that's, that happened with the banks in 2008. But the thing that's funny is people didn't quit the banks either, right? There's only a fringe element.
I'm not going to take it. Well, it's okay. I'm going to watch Netflix.
That's what I'm talking about, right? So the point is
remember the whole Wall Street, the Occupy Wall Street, and that whole big movement? And it was like, never mind.
I'll just leave my money in there because it's, because it's FDIC insured.
That's true. That's true.
Anyhow, so the thing that's, I think, important about this kind of notion of custody and non-custody too, though, is that that's the seismic shift, right? Which is that, do you actually control your data? Do you actually have sovereignty on your data? Do you actually have control over your assets and money? Do you have sovereignty over your money, right? Because my theme here is that a fool and his money are soon parted, right? That's the Aesop's fable, right? And so the idea behind that is how can you be parted from the asset or the value of the asset, whether it be data or whether it be Bitcoins or, whatever it may be? How do you get parted from that? There's so many ways you can get parted from it. If you think about the centralized problems, you can get parted from it by, like, for example, recently the market was going bananas, and guess what? Kraken and Coinbase both go down, right? So have people been parted from their assets? Yes. In that fable, they're the fools, right? The fools that got parted from their assets, right? So the point that I'm kind of trying to make is that people don't feel that pain enough yet. But I think eventually, as people get wised up, we're going to see more and more migration towards self-custody and more kind of sophistication around own your own data, own your own assets, and really maintaining and managing control. Obviously, like, other ways you can be parted from that are hackers, phishing. You can actually lose your own keys. There's all kinds of bad things you can do. But ultimately, like, that's where the sophistication of this goes, is it goes towards self-custody and good tools for that.
So, because we're in this crazy time and, the printers are going brr, and, we're handling money. I don't know if you've experienced this, but then you get money handing back to you and you're kind of like, ew, I don't want that money. I mean, I have some dollars that I'll use upon occasion, but I'm just like, I'm not using dollars as much. They're kind of gross. Like, how much do you think that this coronavirus flu thing will impact crypto adoption and mass adoption of digital assets? And how much longer do you think paper dollars are going to be around? And how much, has this light yeared us ahead?
I think it has, in this very subtle way, which is, I think that what we really have is we have the emergence of a digital virtualized kind of sort of mental state, or it's a cosmos, right? It's a digital virtual cosmos. And the thing that's amazing about the digital virtual cosmos, I'm not restricting to Bitcoin, like that's just digital virtual money, but like if you look at like digital virtual reality, or if you look at all kinds of everything moving towards digital virtual and kind of away from classical, right? So the thing that's really interesting about this evolution is that these are kind of two different modes, and it feels like coronavirus has actually kicked the whole planet towards the other mode, right? So to me, when you talk about kind of like, has this created a significant impact? I agree with you. Like, people talk about like, oh, it's like dirty money. It's like, yeah, the money's literally germy, like it's literally dirty, and I think that war on cash is absolutely there. And when you think about it, it's a whole host of digital monies like PayPal, and there's kind of like, obviously Cash App has embraced Bitcoin, but like there's others, and obviously Visa is going to be a beneficiary. But to me, it's not even just that use case, but it's really everything. And the thing that's amazing is that it's a mind shift that people won't go back, right? Like, for example, one of the things that's happening is video games are kind of like the sales are going up through the roof, and we're not going back. Like the people who figured out they like playing this stuff aren't going to suddenly stop liking playing that stuff after this thing kind of starts dissipating, So in a way, like this whole thing is kind of just knocked us into a slightly different world, and a lot of, if you go to a website for Facebook Oculus, all the units are gone. Like they can't keep those on the shelf because everyone's sitting there in virtual reality now.
It's cooler than our real reality.
And they're hanging out with their friends. I mean, there's a dystopian kind of Ready Player One thing going on there where they're like, wow, real life sucks. I'm going to put on this helmet.
Dude, poker on virtual reality is freaking awesome.
It's amazing.
It's like you're sitting in Vegas playing poker with people, except they got weird props and the people look weird. But other than that, it's so fun. Like going to virtual reality is a badass thing to do.
Yeah, and I feel like Virtual Blockchain Week 2.0, whatever you want to call it, like we'll all be wearing those things, and everyone will be kind of much more interactive, right? Like if you saw that the Fortnite concert.
Yeah,
like that rock concert, like head exploding, right? Like that's a lot bigger of a rock concert than anyone's ever been to, right? Like
12.1 million people tuned into that Travis Scott Fortnite concert.
It's the biggest thing ever, right? So so my point is like that's we're not unwinding that. We're not going backwards from there. Like that's next stuff. That's where all this is going. And it's funny because when you look at sports, it's kind of like, okay, well, esports is still happening, right? They ran the whole League of Legends spring split, and they basically kept on going and they didn't worry about it. They just
we go to this live feed from the Federal Reserve, and then the money's just it's just coming off there nonstop. It's been going as long as I've been watching it. They're putting it out there faster than anybody could possibly spend it.
6 cents a piece it costs to make those, and we're still trillions of dollars in debt. I love that.
It's amazing. That's a very high margin business.
No, but if we try to make them, we get arrested for counterfeiting.
Right. That was actually video from my back room. That's I'm printing my. No, that's
so
not true.
Sweet.
So Miko, the halving is now just 10 days away. What do you think is going to happen to the price of Bitcoin as a result, both leading up to and then after?
Yeah, so the thing, Bitcoin price prediction broadly is, of course, a dark art, and generally you shouldn't accept people's words on this. But, you know, I don't want to go necessarily on the quantitative side, but I will go on the qualitative side to express to you that, like, it seems to me that this narrative is the important point. And the narrative here is really that it draws attention to things like stock to flow, and it draws attention to models that relate to things like the money supply, right? And it relates to the thesis of sound money as you start to see that asymptotic approach to that 21 million cap, right? So, like, to me, it's just, the narrative is really about drawing attention to itself. And the thing that's so funny about Bitcoin is Bitcoin has volatility, it has whales, it has, you know, whales do perform weird kind of manipulations. You know, the volatility kind of goes up and down like a crazy thing, you know, and in a way, Bitcoin's like, it's almost like a kind of like a crying baby, right? Like it cries and it makes a lot of noise and it's really messy and it's complicated. And in a way, as an asset, it's sort of like this, it's you know, it's sort of like a Twitter asset. Like, it basically like draws attention to itself by going up and down with high volatility. And as such, it's sort of a cranky asset for a cranky era. Like, it's really kind of, you know, it's the age of the, you know, sort of the weird, it's sort of weird, cranky age, and that's pretty much.
So, like a teenager, is that what you're saying? It's like a teenager.
It's a cranky asset. So, like, you know, so to me, and it's, you know, and there's lots of cranks that are in here with us, and, you know, including ourselves. So, you know, I feel like because of that essential nature of the thing, you know, it's going to kind of continue to track, right? Because as we've watched since 1913, 95% of the US dollar purchasing power has kind of disappeared, right? So I think as we continue to see that decline in the value of highly printed national currencies, you know, I always like to say Bitcoin's not getting more valuable. It's just that all the printed currencies are getting less valuable in a predictable and continuous basis. So Bitcoin doesn't actually
You're
have
not the first to say that this week. That does seem to be a theme. That
they don't have to do anything.
The price of Bitcoin.
Bitcoin doesn't have to do anything. It doesn't have to do anything.
Down.
That's right. It's not doing anything. It's just hanging out, you know, and obviously it is doing stuff, but, like, you know, the point is that what we're really talking about is two phenomenon. We're talking about one phenomenon, which is local volatility, which is doing this, right? But what we're really talking about is we're really talking about the, like, 10-year moving average. You know, take the 10-year moving average and you're good, right? It's just going to track like money printing, and, you know, so, like, just that's what HODL is basically, like, you know, it's just the world's longest moving average.
Interesting stuff. Well, Miko, we appreciate you coming on, sharing with us. Where's your favorite place for people to connect with you?
Just head over to Miko Java on Twitter, MIKOJAVA, or just Miko.com, or you can head over to evercoin.com.
That's right. I forgot from our first interview, you were in Java super early, right? You were like,
that's right.
He was like the main Java evangelist or something.
That's right. That was me. So,
a Javangelist.
That's the one.
That's awesome.
Like, so how much do you love coffee? Just like a lot?
I just got
that was a dad joke.
I just got a cool coffee grinder today. So
that's awesome. Miko, thanks, buddy. Always great talking to you.
Yeah, likewise.
Cheers,
Appreciate
friend.
You. Enjoy.
And I wonder what Bitcoin is doing, Mr. Travis, right? Let me pull up CoinGecko here. We'll take a quick look-see before we bring our next guest in. Looks like just shy of $250 billion market cap. Bitcoin is at 88,1640. And again, you know, mostly green here the last, 24 hours. So will be really interesting to see where we go from here.
It's been interesting too to see. We had Divvy on earlier, and Divvy has been on a nice uptrend torrent this past week. Very nice.
Is
fun
like
to watch.
like a BitTorrent?
Like a torrent is on that's upward trendiness.
So, even though after we are done today, after Don Tapscott speaks and we give away the Cryptomatic ATM, and then the VIPs go to the after party, which, by the way, I see tickets being purchased right now. I just checked and saw more VIPs signing up, virtualblockchainweek.com. We're actually not done, because tomorrow night is the Blockchain Influencer Awards. Let me show you guys where that is on the website so that you can check this out for yourself. Travis, you want to talk about what that is?
Yeah, you can go to blockchaininfluencerawards.com. Our good friend Adam Charles, who is one of the marketing directors over at Kava Labs. This is the third year he's put this bad boy on. And so the 2020, the BIA votes, they have been cast. Everyone has gone in and, nominated everyone. All the votes are locked in. And categories are best public figure. There we go. Best mining channel, best technical analyst, best news source, best podcast, best YouTuber, many more, best female influencer in the crypto world, et cetera, many, many more different categories. All the votes have been placed in there.
And we did not win.
What's that?
We did not win.
Yeah, I heard that. We did not win. We came in second place for the third year in a row.
Yeah, and next year we're going to go for third. Like if we can really push it out there.
Good.
So watch tomorrow night at 7:00 Eastern time, and we will be live for about 90 minutes to present the winners of the Blockchain Influencer Awards. And that's
so should we like put that on like our bio or something, like second popular crypto podcast for the third year in a row? People kind of like us, but just not the most.
We don't try as hard as the rest of y'all. That should be
that's true. Although we put in lots of effort for you guys this week, bringing you amazing speakers, great content, fun parties, fun networking opportunities. This week has been a blast. It's been a little bit exhausting trying to be on all the time, but it's been very well worth it. A lot of amazing, we just go in there and seeing all the comments on stuff, how happy people are about this. It's been really fun.
Well, and more great content coming right now. Our next guest is Mr. Oz Sultan, whose current role is as founder of Sultan Interactive Group. He's a self-described Swiss Army knife with 20 years experience developing innovative solutions as both a CMO and a CTO. He's also recently been working on social media counterterrorism, which identifies how companies and countries need to prepare for brand takeovers or risk by unwanted attackers or insurgents. Interesting stuff going on here. He made an announcement on Virtual Blockchain Week, Monday or Tuesday it was, and said that he is going to be running for state Senate, in the state of New York, the Harlem district. So Mr. Oz Sultan, welcome back to VBW 2020. Good, sir.
How are you guys?
Doing well. Good to see you again. Maybe turn your camera down a little bit because we're missing part of your beard. We want to see it in all
of the beard. All of the beard.
All the beard and all its glory.
You've been letting that bad boy grow, haven't you? When we first met you, you had it all sort of trimmed down. Now you're letting it you're getting some length to it.
Yeah, well, it's the COVID beard. It's also Ramadan, and when I trim it too short, I don't get the full upvote. And
that's awesome. Well, dude, you've got a presentation here, the need for enterprise blockchains in the time of coronavirus. Go ahead and start your slideshow and take it away, my friend.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. Hold on 1 second. Can you guys see that?
Looks great.
Yep.
Awesome. You have the best slides. Nobody has better slides.
Thank you. Nobody has better slides. All right. So quoting Elon Musk, the supply chain stuff is really tricky. And, kind of looking at some of the complexities that we've been seeing over the course of the past couple of weeks, we've got this rapidly changing environment of transportation. Like all of a sudden, we've gone from operating logistics to people seeing like everything behind the scenes and what kind of breaks. And if you're not familiar with the logistics industry, a lot of this stuff really runs on a mixture of like some scheduling technology, but in many cases, it's older technology, or it's manual scheduling, or it's paper. And I'll tell you, like 20 years ago, I did a ton of work inside of the automotive industry, and I worked with Volvo with their 610 trucks. And maybe I'll give a little background for folks who don't know me. So I've spent 22 years inside of the technology space. I ran enterprise e-commerce for Transworld Entertainment. I built the largest legal management system for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in the 05-06 era. I did emerging technology at Sapient. I built all of the digital products and some video games for the Economist Intelligence Unit and the Economist Group. Did a stint in gaming, was at Xbox, and then ran an MMO, and then ended up back in big data coming out of social media, and then working in blockchain the past 4 or 5 years, also with a focus on big data. And a lot of what I've seen is I've seen the technology ecosystems change over the past couple decades. But what's really kind of become self-evident is that a lot of the technology that was there 20 years ago, 30 years ago, is still running back offices for most of your Fortune 100 companies. And that gets to where the breakdowns are. The breakdowns in these systems that aren't operating, which in many cases are manual or are paper-based, has left mountains of vegetables to rot, chickens euthanized, pigs culled, livestock culled. And we've got the Defense Production Act that was brought into place now that's just ensuring meat production. So, we're maybe month 2 into an expectation of at least 18 months. And look at the stores around you and look at your shelves. There's a lot of challenges that are now and are the future. And security, I think, is a big thing too. Right now, people are talking about their Amazon packages potentially having COVID exposure either in the package or outside the package. 12 months from now, how are you going to know that what you're buying is COVID free? And the only way to really ensure that is some sort of legitimized blockchain or blockchains. And so I was thinking like there's a lot I could cover, but I've only got, a short period of time. So I cut the slides down to go through this stuff. And what I'm going to cover first is these are the kind of the leading competitive platforms inside of the blockchain space today. So there's Quorum. Interesting, they've tokenized the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, but there's not a lot of utility cases for Quorum right now. And one of the bigger challenges that you have is that banks were supposed to adopt this, and they looked at it and they're like, well, I don't know if I want to hand over everything in my back office and all my data over to JP Morgan. Corda has made a ton of headway, and it's got test and production rollouts in place. But the question is, how long is the market position going to be there? The most interesting one, I think, and there's Hyperledger and then there's Ripple, and I'll get to that in a second. Hyperledger has been rolled out, and I spoke at the IBC blockchain conference 2 years ago in India, and I met a colleague of mine who's working on Hyperledger in Europe. And what was really kind of interesting to me is that they have used the Hyperledger backbone with a Stellar framework. And what they're using Stellar for is allowing banks that are trading inside of different currencies or settling in different currencies to settle in Stellar and pay fees and then pay different costs in Stellar. And the utility of this is, as bank fees are seen as onerous, as you look at things like a pandemic, and which has now occurred, the future becomes one where you're going to need these types of technologies. IBM has also moved into the food supply chain with pilots and now rollouts. But a lot of people are still questioning, do I really want IBM owning my stuff? Ripple's great because outside of being, reasonably stable, the headway has been made by getting it, and this is 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, integrated with the wallets that you have inside of your banking applications on your smartphones. And they've integrated XRP natively. And what's really kind of cool about this is that sort of sets the stage for mass adoption at the point and degree where XRP is legitimized by law. And that's just happened in Switzerland with Signum Bank. Signum Bank getting the European regulatory board's authorization to actually sell XRP and utilize wallet technology to maintain that for customers. Ethereum's super scalable. I mean, we all know Vitalik, at least by reputation. There's many pilots, there's many MVPs in place, there's reasonable mass adoption, but there's a huge quizzical curve for executives because they're like, what is that? Where can I read about it? And it's not published in CIO magazine, it's not published in CMO magazine, it's not in your enterprise technology magazines. And the only stuff that they've probably heard of is Hyperledger, which Fabric, being an open source consortium, but or sorry, Fabric being an IBM product and Hyperledger being an open source consortium, still confuses them. And in many cases, and I've built 3 of these, we have homegrown and custom solutions because no one enterprise solution is fully baked. And many companies, and this is one of the things that we talk about with Hyperledger Fabric, is it's not a true blockchain in the sense that it's not fully immutable. So there's auditing that can't happen, and there's there's interrogation and changes that can be made in certain cases, which raises a question. And so you're like, oh, well, those are the leading paradigms. And I'm like, those are the leading ones, but that doesn't mean that that's all of them. And I was debating putting together kind of a magic quadrant, but I think just seeing the list of the leading players out there, and this is not including the smaller players that are out there, raises a ton of issues. So with dozens of existing players out there, and some have real, some have so-so blockchain solutions. Where are you as an executive to start to go into this landscape to really kind of start to think about where you want to go, and also with names that are tied to mining, with names that are tied to technologies and in other spaces, and names like Huawei, which are quizzical in terms of their security, their authenticity, their engagement, and their utility or capacity for use. A lot of folks are just kind of like, where should I go with this? And consider the fact that last year 80% of your Fortune 500 CEOs said, I'd love to implement a blockchain solution, or considering it. Even in this year, even in a pandemic, none of that's really matriculated. And also looking at names like Accenture's, again, custom software development shop. Oracle's got a great solution. VeChain I'll be talking about in a minute, and Microsoft has some stuff. But you're talking about traditional players that are building off a technology they knew, plus pieces that integrate with existing plays to get to the market. Azure for Ethereum is a fantastic, easy way for people who code in C# and a number of the Microsoft languages and want to use a .NET architecture to get involved in this. But again, the sale has to happen to the CEOs, the CMOs, the CIOs who know this technology, and in many cases are just managers and may only understand a piece of this technology. And that complicates just getting to any kind of adoption. And then if we think about what are the features that you have, and again, talking about 80% of the Fortune 500 CEOs, a lot of the enterprise is hampered and hamstrung by legacy technology. Consider the fact that just recently, the state of New Jersey and a number of other states came out and said, hey, we'd like to hire a bunch of COBOL programmers. COBOL is a 60-year-old language. Okay. And they need these people because the legacy technology that's operating many states, many back offices is that old. When I did consulting work at PSE&G, they were worried about end of life. And in many cases, end of life means getting rid or retiring the system. At PSE&G, this meant that the person that they've hired back as a consultant at $450 an hour to work in COBOL and Fortran systems actually could die because they're too old. And in many cases, with many companies, you're seeing this dissonance in between old legacy technology that's still operating, spaghetti code, which is millions and millions of lines of code that were built into applications that can't really be interrogated, old data transport technology like MQ series, and people coming from the startup environment thinking that they can sell apps into an enterprise without understanding how this works, what executives need, what the requirements are, and simple things like this. Summary of features of the 5 top blockchain platforms. This is how industry buys. They look at, okay, what are the ledger types? What are the providers with experience? Number of engagements, that are successful out there. Is there a coin market cap associated with that? And then you have to explain what a token is in the context of something that has raised money outside of the context of a traditional technology platform. And then inside of all of that, you have to explain to them how that's going to fit with the technology that they use now, their end of life for existing technologies, and that's not people dying, but that's getting rid of these technologies, and the replacement opportunities that blockchain presents. And also in markets like this, where we're seeing significant downsizing, where a lot of people are working from home, when we're seeing massive changes in the ecosystems. I mean, think about this: 50% of New York commercial real estate could be affected, because why do you need $50 a square foot real estate when you have the opportunity to leverage a diverse workforce from home, and you can get the efficacy through tools like Zoom, through tools like Meet, tools like Microsoft Project, and Microsoft, I'm blanking on the name right now, Microsoft Teams, right? So if you could use that kind of utility and tie it in with Box or your Office 365 program, OneDrive, Dropbox, these types of things. Do you really need all of that internal infrastructure that you had previously? And that's the opportunity area for blockchain to look in, because there's massive unmanageable and inefficient systems that companies can get into and tackle. But who's going to build this? Who are the business analysts that really understand this? And how many people have the technology experience to actually deploy something and actually make it work? And up and beyond that, how much of this is not going to be subject to scope creep inside of companies, such that you start out with one idea and the end idea that you end up deploying has been almost Frankenstein in terms of how much it's been changed, and some of it works and some of it doesn't. And then that gets into PPE and COVID. Okay, so when we think about the supply chains, there's not a lot of really great case studies. So I'm going to pick two, and Rachel Wolfson talked about this the other day, so I thought, hey, it's a good reason to bring it up. VeChain is a Chinese company that has recently made inroads into the American space in terms of software development and technology. Little nebulous dev kit. Again, it's a little foreign, I think, to some executives, because a lot of what's out there, a lot of the documentation, a lot of the writing on it's in Chinese. And there's cultural gaps as well in the presentation and articulation of how this stuff is going to fit inside of the enterprise. But what they have developed and deployed is a PPE solution for track and trace in China, while Radiologics, and full disclosure, I'm advisor to Radiologics, which is built in tandem with the PAC Global ecosystem and infrastructure, is actually focused on the American global markets, and largely tying into compliance and tying into HIPAA regulations and tying into data regulations around what's necessary for this stuff to integrate with American requirements, GDPR requirements, and other requirements inside of the space. SAP, Microsoft, and Oracle are fast on their heels, but again, existing supply chains are hampered by the onboarding of these things, the pilots of these things, and they don't have the resources to come in and consult. And what you really want to ask yourself too, when Sapient lent me out to KPMG, and I saw my bill rate, which was not what I was getting paid, on a spreadsheet that was printed out in one of the partners' offices, they were billing me out at 800 to 900 bucks an hour. Okay, when you think about the junior people at Accenture, the junior people at Deloitte, these people are billing at about 175 to 250 an hour. And inside of a market like this, where is the money in order to bring these projects more than an MVP? And in many cases, if a company deploys an MVP, are they actually going to take it to the next step, and are they going to build something more with it? And so I think, many companies are going to look to SAP and Microsoft and Oracle. They, in many cases, might look to Tibco if they've got Tibco in place. In many cases, again, it used to be there used to be the Microsoft people coming in and trying to sell you stuff all the time, from hosting to software. But they were running a lot of the back offices, and IBM is the same way. IBM still runs AS400 software in 80% of your Fortune 100 companies, and this runs all of your POS systems, all of your cash systems, all of your price management systems, and also in many cases the product systems. Companies like Amazon are nimble and they can defeat many of these older behemoths, but the challenges of understanding the culture, understanding the enterprise, having that capability to articulate in a language that executives get, and not coming in and talking about apps, is really the critical fact. Those are the critical factors in terms of actually being successful inside of this environment. And with the enterprise needing more and more to come into this space, to securitize networks, to securitize supply chains, the need to fix this is going to become absolutely imperative. And by the end of year, it's going to become a mission critical requirement for most companies out there. Any questions,
Nice.
Joel?
Dude, you speak on a level so above me. Like, you're above my pay grade. I
No,
love
thank you, bro.
your analysis of this. And anybody that's watching Enterprise Blockchain, how do they get more info from you on this?
You can find me on Twitter. I'm at Sultan. Just tweet me or DM me if you have questions. Message me. My new email, which is much shorter, is oz@sultaninc.com. That's last name inc.com. As we're moving, we're consolidating a bunch of stuff right now. SultanInteractiveGroup.com, but the site's relatively dated, and we've got new stuff coming. And you can just Google me. I mean, I've been on the Bad Crypto podcast a number of times. I'm one of the original Bad Advisors. I think we've got some exciting non-fungibles coming out. And at the same point in time, you could read me on Newsmax. You can read me on Medium. And I've done, and actually, if you go and take a look at the United States Army Cyber Defense Review, I've actually done research on the blockchain in tandem with the utilization of terrorists and how we can actually stop them.
That's good, because I hope you don't put them on the blockchain every time they do stuff. They earn crypto. That would be bad.
That would be horrible. That would just be the
I don't want to do that.
idea ever.
Thanks, Oz.
So bad. So bad.
We appreciate
We love you,
man.
Oz Sultan.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Take it easy, man.
Right.
Mr. Travis Wright, I want to do a quick demo here before we bring our next guest on. And to do that, it's going to take some screen shareification. There we go. This is digitalnames.io. And I want to show you guys how this works, because basically with a digital name, you can connect over 230 crypto wallets and PayPal. So these long keys that we're used to using to send crypto can be a thing of the past. And if you go to our sponsor page at virtualblockchainweek.com and look for digital names, you're going to find that there. But here's what I want to show you how easy this is to use. So I'm on the site of digital names, and if I click the address book, it pops a different window. And when it does that, I need to go to this window. Here we go. And you can see this digital address book. Now I can go here and I can search for $TW, right? Just like that. And hit search. Oh, have I not built my list? There we go. And there it is. This is this is Travis's Bitcoin wallet. And I can now just scan that without having to know what his long address is, and I can send Bitcoin to him directly here. We're going to learn a little bit more about this right now, because we have Jerome Conlin with us, and Jerome is the CMO on the founding team of TNS Digital Names, the former director of brand marketing for Nike, vice president brand and new products for Starbucks, and he's been a SVP at NBC Entertainment and a professor of economics. He does all these things. Jerome, welcome to Virtual Blockchain Week.
Hi, thank you, Chris.
Well, I'm Joel, but that's okay.
Oh, Joel, okay.
You can call me Chris. Call that other guy late for dinner.
I'll do that.
All right.
I understand you've got a little brief presentation that you'd like.
Yes, I do. Yeah. So I'd like to take the screen over if I can.
Absolutely.
And then, so this will be 10 minutes max. Do I come back at the end for questions, or is it just over at that point?
No, that'll, if we have time for questions when the time's over, but go for it.
I may have a question.
Screen.
Okay. Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, the whole thing. There you go.
Okay. All right. So this is a brief introduction, just high-level overview of what digital names is, and we've set it up so that the Virtual Blockchain Week has its own landing page, and we have a special promotional deal for 25% off on a digital name. But and the landing page is down here on the lower left of the screen, www.vbw.digitalname.io. And I'm just going to click on that, and we'll go live there for just 1 second. We'll get out of this in a minute. And here you see the basic introduction to what digital names is. And what it simply is it's an English language or a human language. It could be any language. It could be Italian or German or Chinese. It doesn't matter, but English language alias to the public crypto key, which is a 30 to 50 character alphanumeric upper lowercase key. Nobody could remember that key. And the early users of the digital wallets that are doing crypto transactions are on the crypto exchanges and in the gaming platforms. And people that have digital wallets in those environments are cutting and pasting the keys. But we are rapidly moving from the alpha early adopter in crypto payments and transactions to the mainstream, especially as fiat currencies are digitized and kryptonized, which is coming. And so there will be a day where you don't need the bank, or you can send and receive money directly peer-to-peer just through your wallet. And it's going to be much easier to just have a $ with your name and then a suffix on the end, .btc for Bitcoin, .eth for Ethereum, whatever the 2,000 plus cryptos. Digital names works with any digital wallet in any cryptocurrency. So that's basically what it is. It's an English language name alias. Let's watch just a brief video on why you need this. Here we go. And it's silent, so I'll let you read it.
I feel like it needs some narration. Blockchain name addresses.
Well, I
will be
could
taken
comment on it.
Just like inter-domain, secure one digital domain name that works
Yes.
across all the top blockchain and cryptos, BTC, ERC, XRP. Simply enter your business brand or personal name.
Wonderful.
Check to see if it's available.
And what GoDaddy is for the domain name system, digital name is for the crypto name system. And there are super wallets coming. We'll talk about that briefly in a minute. But the key to reserving your name now is the short names, just like at the beginning of the internet. The short names are not taken yet. And if you don't want to add number to your name, but you just want your name, now is the time to get in. Okay, so we have the landing page at the link that you just saw takes you in and explains what it is, the safety, the security, the team behind it. And there's an address book, and there's a little tutorial on what the address book is, but that will allow you to, it's like a yellow pages for the blockchain internet. And it has a QR code. If you don't want to use the digital name in China, everybody uses QR codes for their smartphone payments. So we have that option. You could have a QR code attached to your name. It's auto-generated. And the little tutorial on how you use the address book to interact with your wallet. And the second part of the presentation, I'll talk about the affiliate program. Anybody that is doing any influencer marketing on the social media can earn a 10% commission if they want to promote this. We're set up as a utility, a public utility, so we don't have to be a single point of distribution. So let me get back out of this and we'll very quickly. So just in review, it's a simple English language name, and that's what it looks like right there. It's a $ with your name, and then we automatically designate the suffix on the end. When you fill your profile out, you let us know what cryptos you want to be trading in, and you can update that list, and it's an open-ended list that deals with all of the cryptos that are out there. And then I talked about the address book. We have the tutorial on that. So there's really two problems why this name exists. One is usability. The geeks doing crypto trading are tech savvy, and they can cut and paste and figure out how to make their wallets work, and they can verify that they've got the right address if they're sending or receiving. The public at large is not technically oriented, and so for cryptocurrency and blockchain to cross the threshold of mainstream use, we're going to have English language, easy to use names, just like with a domain name system. The other problem is interoperability. There's so many different cryptocurrencies and blockchain networks that how do you transfer money from one network to another, from one currency type to another? And there are hybrid finance options that are coming, like the BlendFi wallet, that give you a single bank account that lets you move money in your savings between the different currency types, between fiat currency, between cryptocurrency. So you can do these kinds of transfers inside your own wallet. So the digital name is critical to making that work. The addressable market, there are two, the leading on the right here are the top 10 crypto exchanges. And if you add their user base up, it's north of 100 million users. However, the larger world, there are about 5 billion bank accounts in the world. And we think that within the next 4 years, that most people with a bank account are going to need a digital wallet and a digital name to interact with their banking. So Jupiter did a study last summer, and they found that 2.3 billion people already had digital wallets on their smartphones. But what are those? You know, anybody with a Starbucks debit card on your smartphone technically has a digital wallet, but it's not the high-end wallet that we're talking about. We're talking about wallets that transact in cryptocurrencies or fiat currencies that are kryptonized. So those wallets have yet to be in mass adopted, but they're coming. And by 2024, Jupiter thinks that 50% of the world will have these higher end digital wallets. So there's a tremendous opportunity for people to get in on the adoption curve. It's in the very early stages right now for digital wallets and these digital names. It is the key. You're going to need both to navigate the blockchain internet. We have.
So let me ask you this, Jerome, because we've got just a minute left, and I know you've got an affiliate program, and we'll send people to the website to learn more about this. But what if exchanges started using digital names?
Well, it would just facilitate the movement of money around. And with the BlendFi wallet, you know, there's a debit card that comes with it. So if you have a bank account with all your balances are in crypto, but you need to go out and buy a pizza or get a haircut, you could do that with a BlendFi wallet. The card, the physical card, allows you to draw on your cryptocurrency account balances.
Excellent. Well, we're going to tell people to go to our sponsor page at virtualblockchainweek.com and scroll down to digital names and take advantage, because there's a 25% discount on your digital name with the promo code VBW2020. I'm going to be using mine. That's for sure. It looks really cool.
Yeah, we've also gifted 5 free names. Chris Pulley, I believe, has the code for those giveaways if people want to write in to get a free name.
Well, maybe let's do that. The first 5 people that show up in our inbox at badcryptopodcast@gmail.com, put free digital name at the subject line. First 5 to do that, badcryptopodcast@gmail.com, and we'll forward that to you.
Okay.
Thanks, Jerome.
And so I do have one question though. So we need to go to that address book function of the website to send to that username. You can't go and try to send from one wallet to another using that $TW right now.
You can with our API partner program. We set up the address book to work behind the scenes inside. So on the big exchanges, we're setting those relationships up right now, but there is a program that will work, that will allow the names to work inside a wallet without accessing the address book.
Beautiful.
Okay. And
perfect. Well, Jerome, we gotta move on, because we've got our next speaker here waiting in the wings, and
we really appreciate it.
You appreciate that, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very interesting, Mr. Joel Com. We should take a drink now.
Indeed. Oh, because you said interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Upland is one of our sponsors, and we do like their game. Whether you're on an iPhone or Android phone, you can buy, sell, or trade, or just hodl virtual properties mapped to the real world. And let's take Jerome's screen down here so we don't show off all his goodies. There we go. Once you're a property owner in Upland, you will earn UPIX. It's the in-game currency. And then you can flip it on the marketplace to get more UPIX, and soon for fiat currency. If you go to our sponsor page at vbw20.com/upland is where you can go directly to get a double UPIX bonus. Double bonus. Mr. Travis,
double UPIX.
We also have not yet heard from Emma Howard. She was the one who was chosen for the Cryptomatic ATM last night. We've sent you 3 emails, Emma, and you have to reach out to us, badcryptopodcast@gmail.com, or respond to the emails we sent you, or you're not going to be able to claim this, and we're going to give it to somebody else. So that would be super, super sad. So speaking of Cryptomatic ATM, guess who we've got with us, Mr. Travis Wright?
Santa Claus?
Nope, not Santa Claus. You want to take another guess?
Joff Paradise?
Joff Paradise.
Yeah, he's the crypto ATM Santa Claus.
Yeah. And the CEO of Cryptomatic ATM, Patrick Dopfner, the two of them are here with us. Gentlemen, I guess you're going to talk to us about the past, present, and future of ATMs.
You know what? Thanks, guys. We're going to speak to you a little bit about that. Since we did the present, the past, and the present, now we're going to follow up with the future of the ATM machine. So I hope you're ready to go. I am about set. Let me get this pulled up and share a screen here. There we go. So let's move forward. Cryptocurrency ATMs contributing to the cryptocurrency space by simplifying transactions and helping the user enter to the ecosystem. Now, you know, the Cryptomatic ATM market is marketed by one-way, two-way. That's what we call it in the business, but it's actually cash in, cash out for most people. Will know it better that way. And we looked at the most recent research on the ATM market for cryptocurrency, and they say expected growth from 2018 will be 16.3 million to over 144 million by the year 2023. Now the GAR, that's 54.7% growth in fund transfers developing from countries. Now, then when they start accepting cryptocurrency across the industries, among these factors will grow the opportunities in the crypto market. There are 3 key factors dictating the life cycle of the crypto market. Now, keep in mind that these 3 factors, this is what we believe. The adoption of cryptocurrency will have to come into play. Now, what does that take? Well, that takes getting Bitcoin more into the mainstream media. The more kiosks out there, more ATMs out there, more kiosks selling Bitcoin shirts, and of course, the more it's accessible for all, the further educating the masses and getting on to the adoption of Bitcoin. Now, when it's practical, let's think about this. When it's really practical for someone to go in, buy a gallon of milk or a bottle of water without using their life savings or putting at risk a 20% drop, then the real adoption to the masses or to the general public will come later on. And again, that just all depends on us. Right now, what are we doing right now? Think about this. You know, right now, what's going on? The cryptocurrencies are being traded on the exchanges. They're being traded. You're buying Bitcoin from fiat to Bitcoin on exchanges, and the ATMs even that are out there are being used to buy Bitcoin. And when they buy Bitcoin, what are they doing with it? Well, they're using it to trade on other exchanges and using it for altcoins. So the primary cryptocurrency customer, crypto ATM customer, is going to be from the 1/3 of the world's population that doesn't even have banking. There's a huge part of our population, 1/3 of our population can't even get a bank account. I believe in some countries it's up to 23 or 40%, right under 40% in some countries that they can't even get a bank account. So what is that leaving them? That's leaving them no other choice but to use cryptocurrency to cash and cash to crypto. Now, of course, the traders are still using, trading to doing crypto and getting altcoins, but that's totally different. We're talking about a part of the world that's going to adopt. Now, number 2, breaking down banking barriers. Now, this is a big one. Think about all the companies that are out there, that even some of our companies that are that own Cryptomatic ATM out there, that they still have to bank. They still have banking companies that are behind these. And until these companies or these banks are regulated, what are the banks going to do? They're going to regulate the companies that are doing it. Some banks have actually said, no, we don't accept any cryptocurrency. You're not going to have any cryptocurrency or do cryptocurrency transactions in our bank And until the governments and the banks get together and start to regulate those companies or to regulate us as a business itself, then the adoption is going to be a little bit harder. So we believe that that's going to happen, right? Number three, regulatory difficulties. Now, think about this, the legal status of ATMs today and related crypto instruments, right? If you think about it, it varies substantially from state to state, from country to country. Whereas majority of the countries do not take or make any kind of usage of Bitcoin itself illegal, the status is money still or a commodity, okay? So think about, you know, what's happening there with the regulatory system and how that's going to change our world. So we have different ways to get into Cryptomatic. I'm going to bring Patrick in here right now, and he's going to explain the last two slides for us. We're going to talk about our affiliate program right now, and that's just launched today.
So thank you, Bill, for this great introduction. So let's talk some short words about our affiliate program. This program, even when we call it affiliate program, is much more for us as a Cryptomatic. It's for us the platform and the basic for the development of our future partners in our different business directions in ATM business, ATM sharing, and ATM operator program. Especially now, I want to use the possibility to say hello to our new US, American, and Latin American members in the affiliate program and the ATM sharing program, especially to Rudy and Benny. Thank you for the great job in the last days. We had also, thanks of this event, we had a lot of people which contacting us. In the affiliate program, you can join for free. There we are offering you different ways how you can go on in your business. You can stay an affiliate, you can move on to professional affiliate marketing, you can start a sales career, an operator career. So a lot of possibilities which you can have when you want it, this for free. By the ATM business itself, there are a lot of pros to start this business, especially if you still have your own business. For example, when you have a small shop, where's the benefit to place your own ATM business and start in this way? Is in fact that you have a pro against your competitors. Normally, you attract new customers between 10 to 30% with a Cryptomatic ATM inside. An ATM in your shop is an add value to your business. You can give more service to your clients. You can low down your costs of cash management, because the cash you get inside, you can put into your NTM. You do not have to bring it to bank, and then you can change it into crypto. You can use it in multifunction. So use it also for your retail. Give your clients the chance to pay with cryptocurrency. Especially for this, we're offering our crypto POS only for crypto payments or for hybrid payments. So you can solve all payments, credit card and crypto payment in one small POS, like you know it at your place. It's a great solution. Joe powered very hard that we get this solution in end of day. And the biggest point is a Cryptomatic ATM offers with a low investment, a continuous increasing income.
So, you know, I want you all to know that you can go to our website, click on the referral program, and print out an actual PDF brochure that we're looking at right here. These 2 pages, it'll have on the right side your name, a space for your name, your email, and your affiliation number. And if any one of those people, when they call our office or email us and directly, we ask them immediately, how did you hear about us? Where did you get your contact? And if you're in that area and you're one of our people, we're going to call and make sure that if you did not hand those flyers out or that flyer out, then we're going to make sure we try to get you paid also. So this is something that you can go out and make money right now by just giving and distributing out brochures. This is something that's amazing for everyone in the community of the cryptocurrency ATM world.
And I'm looking forward to see you in our programs.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you,
guys
guys.
made it super easy. We encourage you to go to the site, check this out. I mean, it's so simple to just go print this out and hand it out, and you know, then you can earn. Joff, Patrick, thanks a lot. We'll see you back after our closing keynote, Joff, to draw our Cryptomatic ATM winner.
I'm excited, guys. We'll see you soon. Let's get a winner tonight.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Gonna be great fun.
Ciao.
We are doing our best right now to connect with Acoin, to bring him back on, to bring him here to the conference, and where he apparently is caught up in another interview at the moment, and so his team is working super duper hard on making that happen, and hopefully we'll. I actually we planned ahead for this in case we didn't get him on, and we've pre-recorded an interview with him, but I don't know, should we go ahead and start the interview, and if he's able to pop on, Travis, then we've got him?
I would say that's probably the best bet. And then when if he comes on, then we can just stop that interview and then rock and roll, right?
All right, so let's do that. We're going to go to the pre-recorded interview we did just last week in case of an instance just like this. And if Acoin is able to pop in here and show up, then we will interrupt that broadcast and go live with that. We'll go to the film. Here we go. You've heard us reference a project that's taking place in Africa a number of times. The project is called Acoin, and it is the creation of the rapper Acoin. You've heard of him before, yeah? Big chart topper. And we have Acoin with us today, along with John Karras. They are the co-founders of Acoin. Well, you know, first of all, congratulations on your success as a singer, a songwriter, a producer.
Thank you, man.
That's awesome. What really fascinates me, though, is how you're taking that success and you want to have a massive impact on not just, you know, your city, not just your fans, not a whole continent, right? You want to revolutionize the way that transactions are handled. So where did the idea for this come from?
Well, you know, the idea came a while ago to actually really fulfill it. I mean, I was introduced to the crypto world shortly after the Olympics in South Africa, you know, around 2010, 11 or something like that. But ultimately, when I went to Africa, you know, I used to go there frequently doing the stuff with my solar projects and my energy company there. But when I had money and I would, you know, actually go back through, you know, France to, you know, connect to maybe going to the US, there was a time where I was trying to take my CFA, which is the money that France made for Senegal, to trade with, and I was trying to trade that for euro. And as I got to the trading booth to trade the money in, they was like, I'm sorry, we don't take that. I said, what do you mean? I just want to trade it over for some euro. They said, well, we don't take CFI in France. I said, well, you guys made this money for us in Africa. You mean to tell me the money that you've made for us is not worth anything in France? So I can't trade that for euros? They was like, no, unfortunately. And I was like, oh, wow, that's crazy. So we have to have our own currency that actually has some kind of value that we can trade outside of the United States. And when the conversation of, you know, Bitcoin and crypto and all this was coming about, at that moment, a big light bulb blinked, and I was like, this is going to be the solution for Africa for sure.
You know, it's really interesting. I mean, that when we were having some conversation with some folks who've been to different countries all around the world and talking about how certain people are using crypto. I guess my question would be, what about the folks that don't have phones, or maybe they have blackouts and they don't have electricity, or they can't charge their device, or they don't have a smartphone? Like, how is Acoin going to work in a situation like that?
Well, the beautiful part about it is there's no one in Africa that doesn't have a cell phone. We got over 1.4 billion people in Africa, and most of them have two cell phones or more, which is crazy, because even now, majority of their stuff is actually based on the cell phone transactions, all the way down to paying their bills and everything. So that's the beauty of it, you know. But ultimately,
it's like the T9 type of phones, though, right? The T9.
Right.
There are right now about 450 million smartphones, and by the end of next year, by the end of 2021, they say it'll be over 600 million smartphones across Africa. One of the great things that Acon's done with Acon Lighting Africa has brought solar lighting to 18 countries and over 400 different projects that were put in through requests for proposals. And that just continues to expand out so people have access to power for charging. And that's a big issue that's been in the process of being solved. But again, 600 million people get you a lot of reach. That's pushing up on a huge percentage of the population in sub-Saharan Africa.
That is huge. John, you've been in the entertainment industry and the finance industries for a very long time. You've been with William Morris. And so I'm assuming that you've known Acon for a while. And this, did he share the idea, the problem with you and you're like, oh, we should solve that? How did that happen?
Some years. So Acon and I have been working together for a bunch of years. We're partners in a whole number of ventures, but this is absolutely his dream and vision. We have a mutual friend and an old friend of Acon's in Brock Pierce, who's inspired him about the possibilities of blockchain and pulled him into some different things through the years. But Acon came to me and said, we've got to figure out how to build something that can do X, Y, and Z. And then I went off and found Lynn Liss, our co-founder and COO. And together, the three of us have gone off and built an amazing world-class core team that will grow and expand as we come through our launch and our token generation event, which is upcoming. But this is completely Acon's vision. And we ran with that and found that the real opportunity is a last mile solution to essentially supercharge prepaid cell minutes, which are a store of value across Africa, and people are currently using them for all kinds of transactions. So we've teamed up with one of our partners in BitMinutes and Stellar, and we're an anchor solution on the Stellar network to come up with a way to, again, supercharge those prepaid cell minutes and have them become instantly convertible through an internal conversion mechanism so they can move from fiat currencies like dollar, euro, pound, RMB to prepaid cell minutes to a bunch of cryptocurrencies. So supercharging those cell minutes allows us to help bank the unbanked and make those prepaid cell minutes something that many, many, many people in Africa use, have more power for transactions. But that's Acon's vision. That's his idea. He said, this is what I want to do, and we had to figure out how to do it. So, he's the visionary behind this. We just implement.
Right. So to add on to that, in case some people got lost in the process, basically in Africa, as you know, a lot of the currencies there are very untrusted, and a lot of them are very unstable. They continue to go up and down, and there's not no real stability. So the people and the locals a lot of times are using cell phone minutes to purchase things. In other words, they will go to the market to buy fish or vegetables or fruit, and instead of giving them actual fiat currency, they would actually trade cell phone minutes as value for that fruit or whatever the case may be. Yeah. So cell phone minutes became actually a currency a trading mechanism for, the people there. So we created what you call the atomic swap under the Acoin platform that allows you to take your existing cell phone minutes and turn that into Acoin to utilize Acoin as a trading mechanism for you.
Yeah, that's amazing. And the ability that you're doing is creating a city. So you're working with Senegal, and they gave you 2,000 acres of land. And I'm sitting there looking at the map, and it's near Dakar, right? And it's on this little peninsula on the westernmost part of Africa. That looks like amazing prime land. It would seem like might be some beaches there or something, just because the locations just looks amazing. Like, I think I want to move, because any way I can help I want to be a citizen. Is this possible? It's going crazy here in America.
What he's sharing is that unfortunately they didn't give him the land; he had to buy it.
I had to buy the land. Nice, yeah.
Part of the team that's building out Acon City is the Acon initially, and then the financiers will help to defray those expenses as the rest of the land purchase price is paid as things are built on it. But it is an amazing, world-class, crypto-powered, forward-thinking city of the future. And there's some bigger announcements coming on that in the coming weeks.
So tell us a bit about Acon City. We had John here telling us a little bit about it. It looks like it's just prime real estate you got right there on the beach. And also, again, Joel, when we were talking ahead of time, he goes, "What? He wasn't born in Senegal. It says here on Wikipedia he was born in St. Louis." And it's like, St. Louis, Senegal. There it is.
Yeah, I was born in St. Louis, Missouri, and raised in Senegal.
See there, Travis?
But I did see there's St. Louis right there in Senegal. That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
north of,
there's actually a St. Louis in Senegal where half my life I was there, right next to Kaolack. So it was ironic that I was born in St. Louis in Missouri, but then raised in St. Louis in Senegal.
That is
crazy,
funny.
right?
Travis is in Missouri. He's outside of Kansas City.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
So you're not far.
Not too far.
Yeah, and you guys are close to the same age, I think, right? Travis, how old are you?
I turned 47 this year.
Yeah, he's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I turned 20 young.
You turned 20 young? That's good.
Now, I'm pretty sure, Acoin, that you turn 47 in just a few days here.
Yeah, I'm right around the corner, baby.
Man, happy birthday, good sir.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. My big brother.
I want to talk a little bit about the coin itself and how, what's the coin going to be used for, and then how are they going to get distributed?
Here, I can tackle that for a brief second. One of the real keys is it is, again, a digital payment solution, supercharging those prepaid sell minutes, that internal atomic swap / conversion mechanism that's proprietary. The real core of the business is our DApp store, as it were, our decentralized app platform built into our wallet. And so our real belief is there are all kinds of amazing crypto solutions out there, blockchain solutions out there that users need to find across Africa, India, rising economies. And so we are, serving as a hub to present those to people and to help those solutions rise. That's really more of the business aspect of our business. The token is really meant to be purely a utility coin, to be a digital payment solution to supercharge those prepaid sell minutes, that frequently used store of value that Acoin was just describing.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it's going to be solar powered, right? There's a lot of sunlight in Africa. It seems like the probably the best sort of energy source would be solar. So that's very intuitive to have that. And it looks like that the whole city will be solar powered. How does one even begin to build the infrastructure of a brand new city? It just seems like from scratch. Like that's got to be a daunting task. Like how have you guys gone about the planning and the execution of launching a city? That's just so daunting, it sounds like.
No, it's actually very fun. I'm learning a lot in the process of it. Obviously the first big step is really, designing the city as to what it's going to look like, what it's going to feel like, what the main purpose of the city is, and, ultimately how it all comes together. And then from there, you just slowly find each partner in every one of those sectors that's the best of what they do and bring them on board. And that's what I've been pretty much doing. We got a consultancy company that we just teamed up with that's bringing on board all the necessary businesses and companies and, contracts that we'll need to close out. So they're handling a lot of that stuff for us as far as bringing in the right partners that's going to be able to make the city start from zero all the way up to completion.
They help to bring the financing, the construction teams, and some of the subcontractors and all of that. Fantastic group.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, it's going to be expensive to be like all the buildings and all the the plumbing and all that stuff. I mean, that's got to be billions and billions and billions of dollars. I was like, man, you must have sold more records than I thought.
It's a $7 billion project. It's estimated to be a $7 billion project right now. It may increase, it may not. It all depends on the technology and how it grows.
I love that you're building this on Stellar. We just interviewed John McAfee for the second time, and we've been big fans of Stellar and how fast that blockchain. Yeah, you're doing a lot of things with this project. It's not just a token. It's the DApp marketplace. It's atomic swaps. It's the Acoin City. And I'm thinking this is just what you've got on the roadmap here. I can't even imagine what else you might be dreaming up for the long term.
Oh, man.
We have some big announcements.
I have kind of a funny question here, just because I'm a joker. So I noticed, I was reading an article that said that you have 7 wives. How do you handle all of them bitching at you at the same time?
Dude, listen, I wish I had those many wives, but guess what? if they do say whatever you put out in the air eventually will one day come true. So I just go along with it and hope it one day come true.
Oh, I know. I was going to say, if that's part of the deal, I'm definitely moving to Acoin City.
Right.
I'm going to not put my foot in it right here. I'm just going to leave that.
Very wise.
I'm going to leave that sit right there where it is. And because I know some people wouldn't be happy if I.
No, that's so funny, Joel. Before the show, he's like, I don't know if you should ask him that. He might get mad at us, and we may not want to work with us at all. And I'm like, oh no, he's no snowflake. He's gonna laugh about that.
Dude, I don't know any guy that wouldn't love to have multiple wives. Obviously, no one would ever admit that in front of their wife. But I'm sure there's a fantasy that we all hold deep inside that we just cherish one day that could possibly come true.
Then you got to figure out which one am I going to sing "Smack That" to.
No, you got all of them. It's line them up.
You have to retitle a song and call it "Smack That" and that and that and that
and that one.
There's an article that dates back a few years from 2013 with CNN, and you said you want to make the biggest impact in Africa. If I could have my way, Africa would be the United States of Africa. So there's something there in that vision that you have. I mean, would you ever consider running for office?
Of course, in the beginning, I always said to myself that I would never run for president. But I know as I get a lot older, get a lot wiser, and sit still, there's going to be a lot of changes that I'm going to want to make. And I know to be in office may be the only way to make it. So I'm not discounting, running in the future perhaps. But I mean, as of right now, my main focus is to get the city up and going, build some real equity into Africa and give people a real, place to live in a, safer, more transparent world to be a part of. And then from there, we'll see where everything goes. But I can definitely see myself going into politics to make some real changes eventually.
What is your sort of the long-term, vision for Africa? Are you planning on working with some of these other countries? And I know you're already doing that with your solar power, so you're already having a huge impact in Africa in a lot of ways. So maybe, what does the next few steps look like after the city's done?
I mean, that's my life goal, is to franchise the city all throughout Africa. Go to every country and put an Acoin City there, so that way all the cities can be interconnected and be able to communicate with each other, create opportunities from entertainment to education to healthcare to everything in these cities. So that way, no matter how or what's going on within those cities, there's a safe ground that people can go to live a really normal life and expand from there to go out. Ultimately, I think, what you say does make a lot of sense. Whenever you're trying to do something great, you're always going to be a target, but ultimately, the way I see it, nothing great comes without sacrifice or consequence. Even when you look at all the prophets, all the way down to Jesus, he was crucified for trying to do the right thing. So I think that comes with making change. You got to be fearless and just walk in God's way, and whatever happens is God's will. But at the end of the day, I'll try to do as much as I possibly can to make people or put people in a better, comfortable position to live in a better way. So that way my name is just not in vain, and I'm not known for singing and dancing when it's all over.
That's a beautiful vision, and we appreciate that. The website is Acoin, AKOIN.io. And if I may, Acoin, can I play a quick speed round with you here?
Absolutely.
I just I want to say a few names of people that you may have worked with, and just share whatever you want to share about them. All right. So
no
Snoop Dogg.
Uncle Snoop. That's my dog. That's my dog right there, man. Super humble, down to earth. Always been positive and always lended a hand where he could. He's someone I can say nothing but great things about, for sure.
Michael Jackson.
Oh man, legend. I mean, that's another person that I wish that people could have seen him in the light in which I've seen him, because with his name is so much stigma, and it's so much that you think about when you think Michael Jackson, and no one knows that half the things that you might have thought about him was all false, even from the standpoint of who he was as a person, because he had two personalities. One, when he stepped out that door, and the most loving, fun, extremely just generous person behind closed doors. He was super sensitive and just loved people, and I really wanted people to see that side, outside of all the controversy that was attached to someone that didn't deserve none of that stuff.
The beautiful Whitney Houston.
Oh man, that's another one of my girls. Now Whitney, me and her had we had a ball. Like Whitney was someone that actually surprised me because she's kind of totally a little bit different. Whereas there was this big thing of, it's like the way they seen her was totally different from what she's just super fun. Like
Bobby Brown brought that out of her, I guess, huh?
I don't know. I think she might have been the one that made Bobby bad.
Oh no, nice.
but in a good way though. In a good way though. Like she was obviously a very strong black woman, but super fun. She spoke her mind, but she just never she was very unapologetic. She just wanted to have fun and enjoy life as it was, and I think people might have translated that differently.
Just one more, and I think I know what you're going to say because all the interviews I've seen with him seem like he's just an amazing human being. Lionel Richie.
Oh, no, listen, Lionel, that right there, I call him the storyteller. Lionel is so amazing, but just being around Lionel and the stories that he tells teaches you so much about history, the music business, Motown, him, even you, like you see, but he's just an amazing guy, man. I don't think there's anyone that's ever met Lionel that can tell you anything negative about that guy.
Yeah, that guy doesn't age. I think he might be a vampire.
No, he's Benjamin Button for sure. Like
it's
that's
crazy.
Benjamin Lionel right there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, I want to ask one thing about Acoin City because you're going to be you're going to be near the beach. It's all this property right there. So you're going to be building like your own sort of South Beach, maybe West Beach there. That just the clubs are just going to be ridiculous. I can just imagine.
Now listen, Acoin City. Listen, you won't believe me. You gotta understand my core. I'm an entertainer first before anything.
Yeah.
So there's no way you're gonna come to my city and not be entertained.
Oh yeah.
That's
we have a Super Bowl there.
Speaking on that part, that's almost a given.
Yeah. No, I could envision it already. That's why I was like, dang, I need a passport.
Right, you gotta have one, man.
Anyhow, we know you got a lot going on. John and Acoin, thanks so much for joining us today. We wish you the absolute best with your project and your big visions for bringing crypto and a new digital economy to Africa. Well, I am glad we had the foresight to record with Acoin in advance. Apparently, he is on with Telemundo, doing an interview or something or another.
Yeah. And you know how we gave away those digital names? We said, hey, email us badcryptopodcast@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Over 50 people came in like immediately. We're like, I want my free name.
All right. Well, we'll give it to the first 5 as promised. And one more shout out for our sponsor, Silo, before we bring our closing keynote in. Remember, this is an instant messenger. You could do audio and video calls. There's media sharing. There's a digital wallet, no central server, no big brother, no email or phone number required, no public or private keys. They're trying to make this frictionless for you, end-to-end encrypted, and it's completely decentralized. Something. So it's all the benefits of crypto assets without the complexity. Sending value is now as easy as sending message to a friend. Go to our sponsors page at virtualblockchainweek.com. Click on the big blue button up at the top and check out all the different offers for our sponsors. Mr. Travis Wright, boy, we are coming into the home stretch here, and I'm excited about this closing keynote. How about you?
Oh, I am as well. We had the opportunity to interview him, a couple of weeks ago?
Yep.
That episode has not even gone live to our show yet, has it?
No, and I hope everybody will go and subscribe to Bad Crypto Podcast wherever you listen to shows. He's really a man who needs no introduction. I kind of see him as one of the elder fathers of blockchain. His name is Don Tapscott. And hey, Don, long time no see.
Good to see you.
Again, I feel like, we were just hanging out together. Travis was just saying the interview we did with you for Bad Crypto is going to come out in a couple weeks. So we're going to try not to ask you the same questions twice.
Sounds good.
I understand you have a video or some slides that you wanted to share. Do you want to do that before we get into the chat?
Well, yeah, power corrupts, PowerPoint corrupts, absolutely. But I have prepared a special deck for this.
Okay, well
session.
then let's fire that up and then we can ask you questions around that special deck. We appreciate you being creative and are eager to hear your topic.
This is great.
Well, let me just get this up on the screen here.
The blockchain revolution, the state of the union. I love it. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about this.
Well, thanks again, guys, for inviting me, and congratulations to you on this magnificent set of events. Bad crypto guys, like you're going to be the good crypto guys if you don't watch out. But I thought for my closing talk that I would kind of stand back and take a big picture look at what's actually happening with blockchain overall. And this is not just my views, it's based on the research that we're doing at the Blockchain Research Institute. 110 projects looking at what's actually happening, what are the big challenges, and how to overcome them. And what's going on? Well, if you talk to the people who ought to know, like Gartner, nothing's going on. There's an article on the screen there from a report from Gartner saying blockchain is just going to be an add-on to ERP and CRM. I think you called me the elder statesman or father or something. I've been around long enough to have seen this happen a few times before. In 1999, I gave 120 speeches around the world. I was getting $160,000 for a 20-minute speech. 2 years later, I did 8 speeches and nobody wanted to talk to me because the internet apparently was a big bust and absolutely nothing was happening. And this is a typical thing that happens with an important new technology. So let me explain to you in the audience what's actually happening. And I understand I'm between I'm in front of a cocktail party, and so I've actually brought a nice glass of wine and a nice bottle of tequila for the cocktail party. But I learned the hard way: you shouldn't drink too much before you have a speech. Apparently, I was very entertaining. But anyway, what's going on? Well, let me start with the promise. What's the reality, and what are the big challenges facing us? First of all, on the promise, little background. I wrote a couple of books in the 1980s that nobody read. I think my mother bought most of the copies. And then I wrote my first bestsellers in the early 90s, Paradigm Shift, which was obviously a big book, and The Digital Economy, which was the first bestseller about the web and business. And 20 years later, I was asked to write the 25th anniversary edition of The Digital Economy. And I had to think about what had occurred and where are we going. And I came to the conclusion that we've been through a first era of the digital age: mainframes, mini computers, PCs, the internet, the mobile web, social media, the cloud, big data, and that we were in fact entering a second era where we have these extraordinary technologies infusing themselves into everything, into our physical world, into our processes, into our bodies. And I came to the surprising conclusion for me that the foundational technology for all of this was in fact blockchain. And to me, and to us at the BRI, this is the second era of the internet. So let me, in terms of the promise, just review that quickly. For 40 years, that whole period, I began in the late 70s at Bell Northern Research, Canada's Bell Labs, and we were working with the ARPANET. We had this internet of information. But if I send you in the audience some information, an email, a PDF of this deck, whatever, I'm actually not sending you the information. I'm sending you a copy. Even with a website, I retain the original. Network's great for information. But when it comes to assets, things that really matter in the economy, like money and securities and contracts and deeds and intellectual property and the data in our identities, and cultural assets like art or music or votes. A vote is an asset, something of value that belongs to somebody. Sending a copy of those or copying those is a bad idea. You don't want someone copying your vote or your identity. And if I send you $1,000, it's really important that I don't still have the money. So cryptographers have called this a double spend problem for a long time. And the way that we manage this problem in our economy is through middlemen who perform all of the business and transaction logic of every type of commerce: banks, stock exchanges, transfer agents, escrow agents, credit card companies, sometimes governments, now big technology companies. And overall, they've done a pretty good job, but there are growing problems, which I won't go into now. But we need a new approach. What if there were not just an internet of information? What if there were an internet of value, some kind of vast global distributed ledger where anything of value, from money to securities to a vote, could be managed, stored, transacted in a secure and private way? Well, that's what Satoshi solved. He cracked the double spend problem. And now for the first, I think it's the biggest innovation in human history. And like millions of people, when I read that paper, the top of my head blew off. Biggest innovation in computer science in a century, because for the first time ever, not in a century, in a decade, because for the first time ever, people could trust each other peer to peer. And trust is not achieved by an intermediary, but by cryptography, collaboration, and some clever code. So that's kind of the promise, the trust protocol, a native digital medium for trust. Now, some of you may have seen the John Oliver show, where he did a whole show on blockchain. And I had made an analogy. It was on television. I was interviewed on PBS, saying that a blockchain was hard to hack. And I thought my analogy was pretty good, but John Oliver had some serious fun with it. So I'm just going to play that for you right now.
And because of the complicated process the network uses to verify records, it is very secure. Now, relax. I'm not going to get into what that process is or how it works, but I will share a really helpful, really dumb metaphor for why it is safe.
The way I like to think of it is that a blockchain is a highly processed thing, sort of like a chicken McNugget. And if you wanted to hack it, it'd be like turning a chicken McNugget back into a chicken. Now, someday someone will be able to do that, but for now, it's going to be tough.
Hold on. That is an absolutely horrible thought. So why is that reporter so happy about the idea? Because if anyone ever figures out how to turn a chicken McNugget back into a chicken, that chicken is going to be up. He's going to spend the rest of his life suffering from PTSD and writing haunting poetry about the experience. The things I saw, buck, buck, buck-caw. My body is whole, but what of my soul?
So you can see why I don't use the analogy anymore, but I still think it's a pretty good analogy. So based on this, Alex Tapscott, I got lucky with my co-author that time, and I wrote Blockchain Revolution. It did turn out to be the big book. It's in 19 languages. And in it, we described a promise whereby we could transform every institution in society for the better. We could solve a whole set of big social problems. And we could build a whole new sustainable planet and achieve some wonderful things. Well, what's the reality? Well, we've all been at this a while. And in the Blockchain Research Institute, we're looking at dozens of different sort of sectors and opportunities. I'm going to spend a minute on 10 tonight, just to give you a feeling. And the way I would describe it is it's uneven and combined development. In some areas, blockchain's moving much more slowly than we thought it would. And in other areas, it's being transformational. But the bottom line is that Gartner reporter is dead wrong. And he is just not plugged into what's actually happening in the world. So let's look at that. The first thing is supply chains. This is a $50 trillion industry, and blockchain is ideal. All supply chains will move to blockchain. Everledger, conflict diamonds, killed hundreds of thousands of people. Diamonds funded tribal conflict, terrorism, war. It's pretty much been solved through a multi-stakeholder network and a blockchain-based platform. The IBM Food Trust, Walmart, these big companies, Kroger and so on, Golden State Foods, are now involved in implementing blockchain for the food supply chain. If you had some fish tonight, wherever you're holed away, there's a 25% chance that fish was labeled incorrectly. It's like good fish labeled as, or bad fish labeled as good fish, or endangered species labeled as okay fish. And even in the automobile industry, you can see blockchain starting to have a big impact. Volvo's was the first company to implement blockchain in its batteries, or to look at what kind of materials there are in its batteries. And it reached 2 global battery suppliers and a global blockchain solution providers in implementing its solution. And they're looking at cobalt basically in a battery. Where does it come from, how it's used, and so on. And in this pandemic, I mean, how can this be today that we have supply chains that can't get a paper mask or make toilet paper? Like, what's wrong with this picture? So we've been studying this quite a bit. And imagine planes and boats and trains and trucks and suppliers and various partners and financial institutions and escrow agents and borders and tax authorities and all this trade finance and everything moving around. A lot of it's traditional EDI or ERP or using paper. Imagine if all of that was a shared network state where real time you could see exactly what's happening. How can we have hoarding? Hoarding comes from fear, and it comes from lack of transparency into the supply chain. You're not going to buy 3 years of toilet paper if you know that a supply chain is capable of producing that. And this is life and death right now. We're talking about PPEs, about critical medical equipment that need to get to people to save their lives. Now, I'm pleased to announce today the first book that talks about blockchain and pandemics is my new book, The Supply Chain Revolution. And April 30th is the pub date. You can order it now on Amazon. It'll be shipping in days. And I'm very proud of this book. I've written the foreword, and there's a whole series of wonderful pieces from the Blockchain Research Institute. These are 5 areas that we're looking at in health. And public health, of course, is a big thing on the minds of all of us right now. So we're doing a series of research projects, and we've come across dozens of implementations where blockchain is relatively small, but where it's being implemented in solving this pandemic, it's having a material and really important impact. I mentioned supply chains, and later I'm going to talk about our data, our health data, which is part of our identity. But a big problem with the current pandemic, of course, is that that we can't get the data that we need, like who's infected, who's not, who's recovered, how's it moving around, what's the location of different populations, and so on. And we can have our cake and eat it too. We can have, through a sovereign portable healthcare record, where each person owns their own healthcare record. It's picking up information like your heart rate, and for that matter, it could be your blood pressure or your temperature or how many steps you take or whatever. And that information, anonymized, is aggregated across an entire population and provide perfect information for epidemiologists and government leaders to help manage this thing. We've written a book-size report on this. We made it free for you. You can download it at blockchainresearchinstitute.org. It's about pandemics and blockchain. More on health. I can see I'm going to have to speed this up, but these are some of the great implementations that exist. The University Health Network, number 4 hospital in the world, according to Newsweek, is using blockchain to enable patients to provide authorization to clinicians and researchers to use their data, anonymized or not, or under what conditions, in clinical trial research. And it's an extraordinary thing. Remedy Chain Media Ledger is a blockchain platform that provides track and trace for the pharmaceutical supply chain, and Remedy Chain is a blockchain that enables us to capture the billions of dollars of unused medication that exists. The Internet of Things, physical world is becoming smart and communicating. You know, I have 10 years ago, this friend in Toronto, everything in his house that was had electrical power had an IP address, and all this stuff talks to each other. I have no idea what his refrigerator says to his toaster, but he was actually bragging that his fence talks to his sprinkler system. And I'm like, well, Ken, why would you care? And he says, well, Don, if a burglar comes over the fence, the sprinkler is my first line of defense. Well, that was devices communicating. Now devices are doing transactions. And you look at something like Wisky's putting chips into billions of things. Golden State Foods is the company that supplies McDonald's and all kinds of other companies. And they're now tracking through clipping, fish or produce, how it moves through the supply chain. Financial services, this is the big one everyone thinks is what blockchain is all about, right? And it certainly is a central thing. These are 9 things, the 9 things that the financial industry does. It authenticates value. You are who you are. That's $1. It stores value. Used to be in big safes. Now it's in computer systems. Moves value around. Because they move value, they get the lend value. They fund and invest value. The venture capitals, the private equity, mutual funds, hedge funds, and so on. They exchange value, various kinds of stock markets and other exchanges. They insure value, managing risk, the insurance and reinsurers. They analyze value, and they account for and audit value. Now, this is a 90-minute presentation, this slide. And in each of these, there are absolutely transformational things that are underway right now with blockchain. Beckett's digital asset platform created to enable consumers to buy, sell, and store their digital assets on a global network. Visa is now, unbelievably, is getting into the action. And Visa B2B Connect Network's a global payment solution, which is intended to be used by financial institutions. And R3's got Marco Polo, one of the world's largest trade finance implementations. It's just not true that nothing's happening. And again, a great resource. Alex has a new book out too. It's been out a month and a bit. And it's a gorgeous book. It's called The Financial Services Revolution, shipping now. On property rights, this is one where it's happened a lot more slowly than we had thought. Remember I said on even and combined development. So you remember in Blockchain Revolution, many of you read the book, we talked about the music industry and how the Internet of Information broke our intellectual property regime around music. And if you were a songwriter 35 years ago, you wrote a platinum song, you get $46,000 US in royalties for 1 million singles. Today, 1 million streams get you $35, which won't buy you a mojito, so let alone enable you to live for a year. So Imogen Heap's, a great British singer-songwriter, Grammy winner, created Mycelium. There are other initiatives like this. She posted a song on there, and the song is inside a smart contract. The contract specifies the intellectual property rights. And if you want to listen to it, maybe it's free. If you want to put it in your movie, the song says to the movie producer, so what do you want to do? It's going to be a theme song, background music, somebody's going to sing it, ringtone. And the way she describes it is my song acts as a business, protecting my IP rights. And the song has a bank account in it because it's on a blockchain, and it's collecting money on my behalf. Well, it turns out the big labels don't want this to happen and are fighting it strongly. Now, the good news on this is that 90% of the music in the world will be created in the next 10 years. So we have an opportunity. Same thing with land titles. 70% of the land titles in the developing world are not enforceable. You're in Honduras, a dictator comes to power. and he says, well, you may have a piece of paper that says you own your farm, but central government computer says my friend owns your farm. And this is a huge problem all around the world. Well, it turns out it's a huge challenge to get a valid land title in the first place. So that one's been moving slowly. Telecom's a big one. I'll just mention here, Reliance, 300 million customers on their Geo network in India. And I've spent some time with Mukesh Ambani, the chairman of Reliance Industries, who wants to rebuild a whole bunch of his businesses around blockchain. And his goal is to deliver financial services to all these people, to give them blockchain as a service. And that's underway right now. 5G has all kinds of problems, including environmental problems. The work that we've been doing suggests that that capability and better can be delivered through mesh networks with a blockchain platform. And given the terrible balance sheets of the telcos, it's going to be difficult for them to roll out 5G in the foreseeable future on a global basis. And that's a real interesting opportunity. When it comes to energy, resources, climate, really exciting things going on. Carbonex.ca, full disclosure, I'm one of the founders of the company. We're tokenizing carbon credits. And the goal is that you're going to buy that carbon neutral cappuccino machine because it comes with these tokens that are loaded. They can do all this stuff. They're fungible. They can turn them into money if you want. This is about changing the behavior of billions of people. And in the next couple of weeks, we'll be launching our first zero footprint, we own that brand, funds, an ETF and also another fund. All kinds of other cool things going on. I'll just mention Electro Utilities and Interact. They're creating a renewable energy generation and low emission vehicle program. That's where the goal is to get all kinds of resources working together in real time so that electricity can be generated and distributed efficiently. And blockchain is a transactional platform for all of that. LO3 Energy, Exergy started with the Brooklyn Energy Grid, where people share their solar panels, and it's a fully distributed grid. And soon that light bulb there is going to be buying power from some distributed power source. And when it pays for the power, its reputation as a trustworthy device will be reestablished or established. And, all of that is not going to go through Visa. You need a distributed ledger to be able to do it. Some very cool things happening in manufacturing. One of the first examples that we wrote about several years ago, and it's very active operational system today, is that Moog, related to the Moog synthesizer, but not the same company, as an aircraft precision part manufacturer based in New York, and operating in a highly regulated environment. They used to manufacture parts and then ship them to a company like Boeing. Well, now they 3D print the parts right at the Boeing plant, and blockchain's a transactional platform. Number 9, this is the holy grail to me. We all live in an era of digital feudalism, where you remember under the feudal system, you worked the land, you created all this produce, the landlord took it away, and you were left with a little bit. Well, today we create data. And, the virtual Joel knows more about Joel than he does, because he can't remember what he bought a year ago or said a year ago, his location a year ago, what medication he had, or what diagnosis he had, or what he got on that test, or whatever, thousands of classes of data. And he creates the data through his body and his action and activities, but it's expropriated from him by these digital landlords, digital conglomerates and others, and Joel's left with a few cabbages. And so people think, well, this is all about privacy. Well, it's not just. It means that you can't use that data to plan your life. the data is not secure because it's on central servers, and you're going to be picking up the mess at some point. You know, there's two kinds of these servers, those that have been hacked and those that will be hacked. It means that you can't monetize the data, and that's resulted in this bifurcation of wealth that's growing in countries around the world. It means that we can't, these are all in silos, so we can't aggregate that data and say a pandemic to understand trends of what's actually happening. And the final one is, yeah, our privacy is being undermined. And people say to me, it's happened this year at Davos, you know, Don, privacy's dead, get over it. If you got nothing to hide. I think that's ridiculous. Privacy is the foundation of freedom. And all this data represents our identities. And we need to get this data back so that we can manage it responsibly for our own lives. So what if we had a self-sovereign identity where your data was portable, it was with you, you owned it, you could use it for your own life? There are great projects underway right now. And these are just some of them. I'm running out of time, and I want to make sure we can have a Q&A here as well. So the final one is government. So 1992, Osborne and Gabler wrote a book, Reinventing Government. Then Al Gore, a year later, the big Reinventing Government program in the US, where the internet was going to transform government. Is there anyone who thinks the internet has fundamentally changed government for the better? I don't think it did. I mean, mainly we kind of paved the cow path. Now, sure, sometimes you can get online services and some things are integrated, but we now have a transactional platform whereby we can deal with the really important things of a government, which is assets. And then we can improve our democratic institutions and reinvent the banks. So let's start with the banks. DCEP. We've got three types of cryptocurrencies. They're the original community currencies like Bitcoin. As Alex Tapscott says, the amazing thing about Bitcoin is that it works. Then there are the new corporate currencies like Libra. And if Libra can succeed, and that's a big if, it would become the largest financial institution in the world in terms of customers by a couple of orders of magnitude, one for sure. And then we have this new thing, the fiat, state-based currencies. And when President Xi Jinping of China announced that blockchain and AI are the two big technologies, and the People's Bank of China said that it was moving towards its DCEP, it's a state-based digital currency, that really got the whole world hopping. And we just had a webinar this week with Christian Carlo. This week, yeah, and who's heading the Digital Dollar Initiative. The guy is brilliant. But he says this is the most important thing America can do, because the US dollar is the currency of record in the world. But if China moves ahead with the DCEP, then they're going to roll it out across the Belt and Road from Hong Kong to Rotterdam. They're going to move into Africa and Southeast Asia and displace the US. And he argues that the US has a bunch of big advantages in terms of privacy in the currency, and that people trust the US, although that's a moving target right now. And then you got Mark Carney who's saying, yeah, well, that's great. Every country should have their own fiat cryptocurrency, but these should all be rolled together and consolidate into a global hegemonic synthetic currency, as he describes it. So this is a very active space right now, and these currencies, a currency like that could have a really big and positive effect on our economy. And if not implemented wrong, it could be a nightmare as well. I mean, Orwell wrote a novel. It wasn't a game plan. So the final one is that we have a crisis of legitimacy of our democratic institutions. Young people aren't voting all around the world. They say, well, the bumper sticker, don't vote. It only encourages them. And that may be funny, but it's not actually, because what are the alternatives? And we have, the really big problem is that politicians are not accountable to citizens. 94% of Americans want to see background checks for firearms, but politicians can't pass that law because they don't want to. They're not accountable to citizens. They're accountable to the people who put them into power. So this is a big problem. And the background is this difficult economic turmoil, which is now exacerbated big time by the pandemic. And so it leads to populism and xenophobia and blaming foreigners and all kinds of other things. And now to add to the crisis of legitimacy, it's not a political statement. I'm just commenting on what's happening here. The President of the United States is pretty much saying that, yeah, democracy is not that legitimate. I mean, that it's a cesspool. Voting is, there's ballot box fraud everywhere. The center of American democracy, Washington, is a swamp, and so on. So legitimacy is the idea. You may disagree with who's in power, but at least you think the system's the best one. How are we going to save this? Well, technology doesn't solve any problems. People do. But we do have this new technology now that can help us. I think e-voting is a real killer app. Yeah, there's some challenges getting it right with blockchain, but nobody's going to vote online and trust it, I don't think, unless you have cryptographic proof that the double spend problem has been solved, that my vote was cast for the person for whom I voted and it wasn't moved or double counted or uncounted or something. But there are all kinds of other things. And we talked about these in the original book, and we're doing a lot of work on this stuff now. But why can't you have a smart vote? You have smart money. Michael Casey talks about this, our friend. He says, smart money. It was asked at one of our events to give an example. He says, well, you send your kid off to university, you give him some money, you hope he spends it on books and tuition. Well, with smart money, the books or the money's kind of inside a smart contract, and the money has some rules. And you go into a bar and you order a mojito, and the money says, sorry, Bobby, I don't do mojitos. You know, I only do tuition and books. So why couldn't you have a vote that's inside a smart contract where you're not just voting for a politician who'll go do whatever they want to do, but you're voting for their program as well? That's just one of the many exciting possibilities. So that's the reality. It's uneven, it's combined. In some areas, spectacular things are happening. You know, right before the oil and gas industry went into this massive crisis caused by a whole bunch of things, including the pandemic, but also the behavior of OPEC and Russia and so on. The upstream oil and gas industry was positioning to rebuild itself around blockchain. And we know because we have clients in that industry. This is the most important part of one of the biggest industries in the world. Not doing pilots or POCs, but actually setting about to transform itself around this technology. And, you know, nothing's going on. Well, venture capital has already been deeply disrupted. All trade finance in the world is moving to blockchain, all of the stuff that really matters. Fred Smith, CEO of FedEx, says they're rebuilding the logistics industry around this technology. He says, you know, we created the chain of custody, he says, now we're going to do it again around blockchain. So big stuff is happening, but it's uneven. It's taking time. Why is that? Let me close with this. Well, there are some problems, and there are 4 of them, and I'm just going to spend a sec on each. The most time on the first one. You know, with the internet of information, you just create a website. Boom, you're off to business. You want to do e-commerce? Create a website where you can do transactions. Boom, you're off to business. With blockchain, you're messing with very profound things. Like you're messing with the supply chain industry. If you got it, it came from a supply chain. If you don't have it, a supply chain may have been the problem. This is $50 trillion. The financial industry is hundreds of trillions of dollars. And these are very deep structures. And we have an entire regulatory environment that's designed for this old physical world. Now we're going financial services, the greatest digitization of assets ever is underway. But we have institutions that are designed for a very different thing. Christian Carlo in the webinar was describing why we have a 3-day settlement period that was mandated by law because that was the best the U.S. Postal Service could deliver. So you got guys in New Jersey setting up trading stations there so that they could be 8 miles closer to the big servers and get picosecond advantages over people in Manhattan. And they do the trade, and then it takes 3 days to settle it. And it goes through half a dozen different, counterparties, each with their own risk and cost. Well, again, move to blockchain, there is no 3-day settlement period because the payment and the settlement is the same activity. But it's non-trivial to do that. One other big change that's underway is we're changing the deep structure and architecture of a corporation. I've written about this guy, Ronald Coase, since the digital economy in '94, because I think he was never interested in the internet or in technology, but his theory of the firm, I think, is a foundation for us to understand this. And he explained why we have firms, that the transaction costs of creating value outside the boundaries of a firm are greater than within a firm. The cost of search, finding all the right people and information. You got org charts and filing cabinets inside the boundaries of a firm. The cost of coordination outside a firm, tough. In the firm, you got org charts and management, compensation plans and reward systems, and overall the cost of establishing trust. So the industrial age corporation did everything from soup to nuts. It was vertically integrated. Henry Ford had a power plant, steel company, glass factory within the boundaries of the firm. In paradigm shift, I said, I think technology is making the boundaries of the firm more porous. And then with the internet, this is a 20-year-old diagram of the Cisco business ecosystem. They focused on what they did best, but the internet dropped transaction costs somewhat so they could build a partner network. What does it mean to have an internet of value? Well, we're moving to a profound change in the way that we orchestrate capability in society to innovate, to create goods and services. This is going to take a while. It's going to take a while. Second big problem, the internet was a bunch of similar networks that link together. Blockchain are a bunch of dissimilar silos. And that's going to take a while to overcome that. Still good stuff going on. August 2019, Hyperledger introduced Besu, which is a Java-based Ethereum client known as Pantheon, which it's the first blockchain project submitted to Hyperledger that can operate on a public blockchain. And that's a longer story, but it's pertinent. Cosmos, the internet of blockchains, a technology that has a lot of promise. So things are being done to overcome these. On Monday morning, I'm giving a talk to, I think it's like 1,000 people, organized by the IEEE. And my talk is about blockchain and standards. And this is where a lot of this interoperability is going to come together. Blockchain has an image problem. Some of it's not justified, criminal behavior. Yeah, estimated 1% of Bitcoin is used for nefarious purposes, but 3% of cash is used for criminal activity. Bitcoin for law enforcement has some big advantages because you have metadata. But there are a number of things we need to keep working on that. And then the final one is the challenge of governance. And when I say this, sometimes people in our community say, whoa, governance, Don, back off, this is all decentralized. Well, Pinder Wong, one of our colleagues, brilliantly said, just because it's decentralized doesn't mean it has to be disorganized. And we need to come together in a whole bunch of different ways to steward this resource forward. Now, the regulatory environment is an example of the big problems that we have. Everywhere we go, this is a report that we did with the Chamber of Digital Commerce, number one impediment to this moving forward is regulators. They lack knowledge, there's a culture of hostility and enforcement, there's lack of regulatory clarity. I know in Canada, you want to do a token generation event, good luck. And the regulators are going to say, well, it's a security. You need a securities offering. And the tax authority is going to say, no, you're selling a product. We're going to tax you on that. And the efforts to improve this have the various, accelerators and so on of the various regulators have proven overall to be not effective. The sandbox, these kinds of things get called quicksand. So how are we going to solve this problem? Well, we can learn a lot from how the internet itself is governed. Now, I studied this for like a year of my life a few years ago, and I spent a lot of time. The internet has 7 sets of multi-stakeholder networks that make it run. It's not run by the UN or some global body. It's a self-organizing governance model, and that's what we need to do. You got for the internet, you got standards networks like the IETF, you got knowledge networks like the Internet Society, delivery networks like ICANN, they just do stuff. Policy networks like the Internet Governance Forum, advocacy networks like the Electronic Frontier Foundation. So in 2016, Alex Tapscott and I brought together some of the leaders from the industry. You can see some of these people. There's Joe Lubin and Brian Bellendorf. That was Tamika Tillman, chair of the Global Blockchain Business Council. Perry Ann Boring, who founded the Chamber of Digital Commerce, a bunch of good people. And then it was called the Muskoka Group. It was here where I am. I'm up on the lake, Holdaway here at our lake house. And we wrote a manifesto, muskokagroup.org, if you want to read the manifesto. And that led to a whole bunch of things. One of them is the World Economic Forum asked us to write a report on governing blockchain, stewarding this resource. And we did that. It's publicly available. And we concluded that there are these 3 levels. You got governance at the platform. So, hey, Ethereum, Hyperledger, whomever needs a governance apparatus. At the application level, BITA, Blockchain and Transportation Alliance, is looking at application-based standards. And then you got a holistic at the level of society, all the things that need to be done in terms of public policy. So this is the BRI. And out of that, we created the Blockchain Research Institute. And our goal is to link the potential of this technology with the actual deployment. For you, kind attendees at this event, you can enroll in our courses. We spend almost $1 million developing these through Coursera and INSEAD. And there are 4 full courses, the final one being a practicum, 250 videos, 250 exams. And if you go to coursera.org/promo/blockchain revolution, and I'm sure the bad crypto good guys can give you the link, then because I'm presenting to this audience, you can do that today. So promise, it's a big one. The reality, huge things going on. It's uneven. The challenges, we need to come together better to overcome these challenges. But overall, this is moving ahead. This is happening. And with the pandemic, to paraphrase Victor Hugo, nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come. Nothing so powerful as an idea who's become a necessity. We need this technology now. So how are we going to get there? Final thought. When you have a new paradigm, you get a leadership crisis. I'm old enough to remember when Ken Olsen said there's no reason for any individual to have a computer in his home. They were almost the largest computer company in the world. They were just about to bypass IBM, Digital Equipment Corporation. Jamie Dimon becomes a fraud. He withdrew that very quickly after he realized they're up to here in Bitcoin and digital assets and crypto and everything. But the basic problem, and that's the Gartner report and this kind of naysayer stuff that you see, is that when you get a new paradigm, these things are a mental model, and they're often so strong that we don't even know that they're there. They're based on assumptions so strong. And when you have a new paradigm, you get conflict, confusion, and these things are often received with coolness or worse. Vested interests fight against change, and leaders of old paradigms have great difficulty embracing the new. So by attending this event, you've positioned yourself, self-selected as a leader, and I certainly wish you the best. To close, let me just do an analogy for you, if I could. At the Blockchain Research Institute, we've been studying nature, and fish come in schools, bees come in swarms, starlings over the moors of England, other places, come in something called a murmuration. Murmuration. It's an English word. It's in the dictionary. And it refers to the murmuring of the wings of the birds. And starlings are out over a 20-mile radius throughout the day doing their starling thing. And at night they come together and they create one of the most spectacular things in all of nature. And the murmuration has a function, a bunch of functions, but a really key one is that it protects the birds from predators. On the right of the screen here, you can see a hawk. That's a predator, a killer of starlings, 25 times the size of a little bird, being chased away by the collective power of the birds. And scientists that have studied this say they've never seen an accident. And there's leadership, but there's no one leader. And when the moment is right, this magic happens. So is this some kind of fanciful analogy, or could we learn something from it? Well, the murmuration functions according to the 7 principles of the Internet of Value that we describe in the original book. Remember I said trust is not achieved by a middleman, it's achieved by cryptography and collaboration. There's some cryptography, there's some code in the DNA of the birds that gives it rules. Like a big one is don't get too far away. But another one is don't bump into each other. But the murmur and trust with the birds is also not achieved through middlemen. It's achieved through this huge collaboration. The murmuration has a great sort of interdependence. You know, if I'm talking to a business audience, I'll say, look, I don't think business can succeed in a world that's failing. And that's the way the murmuration functions, as if the interests of an individual bird are connected to the interests of the birds as a whole. And overall, this thing has a great integrity. And that's what trust is all about. What is trust? Trust is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity. Trust is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity, that they'll do the right thing. Which is why a little tiny bird will chase after a predator 25 times its size, because it knows that the other birds will have its back, that they will do the right thing. Imagine if we could connect ourselves on this planet with some kind of new global network of networks of glass and air and cryptography and code. What problems could we solve? What intransigent human problems could we solve? You know, as we said in the book, once again, the technology genie has escaped from the bottle. It was summoned by this anonymous person at an uncertain time in human history. And it's not going to solve our problems, but it gives us another kick at the can to rewrite the economic order and the old power structure of things, if we will it. I look at this thing and I get a lot of hope that maybe this distributed world that our kids and grandchildren inherit might actually be a better one. So thanks very much.
Wow. Talk about over delivering, Don. That was amazing.
Thank you.
It was, because I have a few slides to go over. He just drops an amazing keynote. I would say the most prolific keynote of the event that we had. That was an amazing way to end Virtual Blockchain Week. Thank you so much, Mr. Don Tapscott.
Well, thank you for paying me $160,000 to do this.
Absolutely. In Badcoin. We appreciate it. I know that the writers at Cointelegraph are awaiting you now to ask questions about what you just shared. So
But you might want to get a refill of your drink first.
yeah.
Yeah.
Fill up
Cheers.
your wine. Cheers to you, sir. We really
See
appreciate it.
this? Look at that.
Get
Where is
busy. Well, maybe we'll see you at the party here.
Yeah, no, I'm bringing my bottle to the party so anyone can have a.
That's
Perfect.
great. We really appreciate you, my good sir. That was great.
Okay. Thank
Cheers.
you. See you guys.
Mr. Travis Wright, what a way to wrap up
Wow.
this
I'm
event.
speechless.
That's just amazing. That video will be edited down and put on YouTube by tomorrow because people are going to want to share that thing.
That is so true.
All right.
And a reminder, so we're ending day 5 here, but we're going to do a couple housekeeping things. We got a party going on tomorrow at 7:00 Eastern is the Blockchain Influencer Awards. You're going to want to check those out. Those are going to be amazing.
Yes, sir. And we've got Joff Paradise back with us, along with Elise Sam, to give away, I guess, 2 Cryptomatic ATM machines because we never heard from yesterday's winner. Is that right, Joff?
If you guys, are we going to do 2 or are we going to do 1 and hold 1 back for the next event? It's up to you. We can do them both.
It's really up to you. They're your machines. And we said that if the winner did not respond in 24 hours, and we have tried multiple emails. So it's your call, my friend.
I think you should donate it to us. It should be ours.
I love her. It's so cute, Sam. Why don't we do, is there a way for them to contact us live if we do want the second one? Is there a way to get them to contact us?
We're really tight on time right now.
I thought so.
30 minutes behind because Don's keynote was so incredible. Like there's
It
no
was.
way I'm stopping him. He's he could talk all night. So let's go
Holy
ahead
smoke.
and let's pull up the random number generator, Travis.
He dropped some real good knowledge, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we're going to
Very
give
inspirational.
away this Cryptomatic ATM.
Can Aaron come back in here? Because I think there's some new numbers that I'm supposed to add to this. So it's not just.
No, Sam has the list. The total though is
I do.
3,000 and hang on, let me find it. It's way back here somewhere.
Like 3007, is that right?
Oh,
3009.
yeah, it's a good list.
3009?
Yep.
I got it. No, there's.
You want me to share my screen now?
So Travis, pull up the screen.
All right, there we go. I'm sharing my
And
screen. Generating a
wait.
No.
Okay, you're good. Go for it.
That thing is fast.
Boom.
2702.
2702. Sam, look up 2702 on the spreadsheet and tell us who it is.
02 is, let's see. Oh man, there's a lot of names in here. Okay, I'm looking for it.
No filter.
Down to the bottom.
All right, we got it. It is, oh man, you guys are gonna make me screw it up the name. It is Yakin Hazin.
Yakin Hazin. Okay.
YANNIKHEINZE is the winner of the Cryptomatic ATM.
Yay!
Sounds like
If
Yannick.
if you don't claim it, I'm stealing it.
Yannick Hines is how I think you would pronounce that. And so Aaron's got that written down. Now, Joff, do you want to do the other one or not?
Okay, here's what we'll do. Let's hit that button 5 times, and on the 5th one, we'll go.
Okay.
All right. Can you see my screen still?
Yep.
I can see it.
Do it.
Here we go. I'm zooming in.
Oh, even better. Even
Here
better.
we go. 1, 2,
9,
3,
3,
4,
4,
5.
5. There we go.
16, 12.
16, 12.
16, 12. That was a good year. I remember it well.
Oh, stop. All right. 1612 is, let me scroll there. Let's see. 1700s, 1800s, 1612 is
1612.
Louis Cerveau.
Louis Clareau. Got it. Aaron's got it
Wonderful.
down. Perfect. Joff, we'll get you the emails for them. Congratulations to Yannick Hines and Louis Clareau. Looks like a nice French name. So
awesome.
Maybe you might not have to-
Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, Sam. I know you're going to get started on the party here in just a moment. Thank you. We'll see you shortly. Joff, thank you.
Thank you, Joff. You the man. We love you. Thank you for supporting Virtual Blockchain Week in such an amazing way. That was great
Thank you,
stuff.
guys. It was great to be here. Thank you. Listen, I look forward to the next.
Awesome.
Make sure you guys check out cryptomaticatm.com, and please, please, please go to our sponsors page at virtualblockchainweek.com. Check out all the great offers that are there. And Mr. Travis Wright, I believe that that is going to be a wrap for us here. Look what is coming up next, guys. I'm going to give you instruction for this in just a moment.
Attention, attention, attention. All VIPs Virtual Blockchain Week wants you to attend the house party of the year. Directly after Friday's closing remarks. Let's party. Brought to you by Cryptomatic ATM.
Most of us are ready to dance.
Those of you that are in the waiting room already, we're going to close the Zoom in just a moment and restart it about a minute later. So everybody's going to get booted. Then you'll come in. Make sure the name you put down is the name on the VIP list, because we're going to check your name at the door. For those of you that are
Velvet Rope.
Those that are watching the event for free that are not VIPs, our friends at La Token are putting on an open party right now. If you go to vbw20.com/La Token Party, you'll also find it on the agenda at virtualblockchainweek.com. The site again is vbw20.com/La Token Party. It's spelled LA Token Party. That's going to do it for us, Mr. Travis Wright. We out of here.
What an amazing week we've had.
Fan-frickin-tastic. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of our speakers. You guys delivered and over-delivered. And thank you to all of you who watched and participated in the event. Please subscribe to the Bad Crypto Podcast and watch for the replays on our YouTube channel at Bad Crypto Podcast. And Travis, take us out of here.
You know what? Thank you once again, everyone. It's been an amazing, epic week. I think everyone at the Virtual Blockchain Week team still loves each other. It's been very stressful.
Mostly.
Now we're gonna party. Hey, stay bad.
And thank you, Dawson and Marcia. Don't know who you are, but we appreciate it. Okay.